After years of uncertainty and a long vacancy that made many question the authority of the Church, a new leader finally emerged. In 1272, the Archdeacon of Liège, who had once travelled to the Holy Land alongside Edward, was chosen as Pope Gregory X. His election marked the end of a difficult period, and though his time as Pope lasted only a little over 4 years, he moved quickly to restore order and purpose. One of his most significant actions was calling a Grand Council in the city of Lyons. This gathering brought together an enormous assembly of bishops, abbots, and church leaders from across the Christian world. The goal was clear: to strengthen the Church and refocus attention on the Holy Land. Among the many decisions made there, one stood out for its symbolic power. It was declared that whenever the name of Jesus was spoken in a church, every person present, whether clergy or common believer, should bow their head in reverence or at least show silent devotion. The council also became a rare moment of unity between different branches of Christianity. Representatives from the Greek Church attended and publicly affirmed a doctrine they had long resisted, acknowledging that the Holy Spirit proceeds from both the Father and the Son. This was a significant step toward reconciliation, even if it would not last. At the same time, envoys from distant eastern lands arrived, asking for teachers to bring the Christian faith to their people. Some of them left the council baptized, carrying new beliefs back to their homelands. The council also confirmed the place of major religious orders, ensuring their continued influence in education and preaching. Though many other decisions were made, their full number and impact would take much longer to unfold. Not long after, a controversy arose within the Church over the appointment of a bishop named William Wishart. The dispute grew so intense that even the Pope himself expressed frustration, declaring that if even half the accusations being made were directed at him, he would never have accepted his position. In the end, through the influence and support of Edward, the matter was settled and Wishart was officially confirmed. Yet this moment also revealed a deeper issue within the Church. It was all too common for those who judged others harshly to overlook their own faults. A story from this time illustrates that truth clearly. A local priest, known for immoral behaviour, had been punished more than once but continued in his ways. When a visiting bishop arrived, the priest was suspended. However, the priest's companion cleverly exposed the bishop's own hypocrisy, hinting that he too was guilty of similar sins. Confronted by this, the bishop quickly reversed his decision and restored the priest, leaving without further comment. It was a quiet but powerful reminder of human weakness within even the highest ranks. During these same years, the world witnessed both quiet lives of devotion and strange, almost supernatural events. One respected churchman devoted his life to charity, scholarship, and the building of a grand church choir. Before his death, he predicted that the work would be completed after he was gone, and indeed, over time, donations from visitors fulfilled his vision. In another case, a mysterious event was reported involving a young man who was suddenly attacked by a strange bird inside his home. The creature appeared repeatedly, striking him before vanishing. Weeks later, news arrived that his uncle had died at the exact time of the incident. Such stories, whether seen as divine signs or coincidence, left a deep impression on those who heard them. At the same time, great political changes were unfolding. King Henry of England, who had ruled for over half a century, passed away, leaving the kingdom without its ruler while his son was still abroad. His death marked the end of a long and complex reign filled with both conflict and devotion. Earlier in his life, England had faced invasion from France, leading to fierce battles such as the one at Lincoln, where English forces ultimately prevailed. These conflicts became part of national memory, remembered not only in history, but also in mocking verses exchanged between the two sides. Amid these larger events, smaller but equally striking moments occurred. One tragic story tells of a nobleman who, while joking with companions near a river, was suddenly caught in a powerful current and drowned along with a young servant who tried to save him. What began as laughter turned into a shocking reminder of how quickly fate could change. Another sorrowful chapter followed the death of the Queen of Scotland, a woman admired for her beauty, humility, and virtue. She faced her final moments with quiet dignity, allowing only her closest spiritual advisor to remain with her. Not long after, her children also died, leaving behind a sense of loss that many believed was tied to deeper sins and misfortunes within the royal family. Around this same period, an unusual source of stories reached England through William, the Bishop of Orkney, a respected and learned man living at Hartlepool. He spoke of the far northern islands under Norwegian rule and described them as places where nature itself seemed to break the boundaries of ordinary life. In Iceland, he said, there was a stretch of sea that appeared to burn for a full mile, leaving behind black and filthy residue as if the water itself had been turned into fire and ash. Elsewhere, he told of flames bursting suddenly from the ground at long and uncertain intervals, sometimes after 5 years, sometimes after 7, consuming towns and everything in them without warning. No ordinary method, he claimed, could stop such destruction. Only water blessed by a priest could hold it back. Most terrifying of all was the belief that within those fires could be heard the cries of suffering souls, as if the earth had briefly opened a window into punishment beyond the world of the living. Whether these stories were accepted as fact, miracle, or fearful rumour, they reveal how medieval people imagined the far north as a place where the natural and supernatural met in frightening ways. That same year, England was struck by a widespread disease among sheep, a disaster that would have touched the daily life of nearly everyone. In a society where flocks were wealth, food, clothing, and trade, the loss of sheep was no minor event. It meant hardship for peasants, anxiety for landlords, and real economic pain across the countryside. While chroniclers often moved quickly over such matters, the simple record of a plague among livestock tells us how fragile medieval life could be. A kingdom could be shaken not only by war or kings, but also by sickness among animals on which so many depended. Not long after, events unfolded in the Isle of Man that showed how unstable power could be in the Irish sea world. On the 7th day of October, the fleet of the King of Scotland entered the harbour of Ronaldsway. Scottish nobles and soldiers quickly landed, while the men of Man assembled for war under Godred, son of Magnus, whom they had recently chosen as their king. Before battle began, the Scottish leaders offered peace. They urged Godred and the people of Man to abandon what they saw as a reckless attempt at independence and submit to the authority of the Scottish crown. But Godred and some of his closest advisers refused. The next morning, before sunrise, while darkness still covered the island, the two sides met in battle. The Manx resistance collapsed, and they were driven back in a crushing defeat. The account is written with the moral tone typical of the age, presenting their downfall not simply as military failure, but as the punishment of pride and foolishness. At the same time, the papacy entered another period of rapid change. Pope Gregory died, and Innocent V, a Burgundian scholar and former Dominican, was elected in his place. His reign was brief, lasting only a few months. After him came Adrian V, whose time on the throne was even shorter. He suspended Gregory's rules regarding the election of cardinals, intending to replace them with something new, but he died before he could do so. Then, John XXI was chosen, a man known not only for his church office, but also for his skill as a physician. Yet even learning and medical knowledge could not save him from sudden disaster. Hoping to prolong his life, he ordered the construction of a new vaulted chamber at Viterbo, supported in a dangerous way by a single column. When the structure collapsed, whether by accident or sabotage, it crushed him beneath it. He lived for 6 more days after receiving the sacraments, but for all his medical expertise, he could not cure himself. It is exactly the kind of detail medieval writers loved, a reminder that human wisdom always had limits before death. Rome, too, offered stories that felt like warnings acted out before a crowd. One especially dramatic tale centered on a very rich man infamous for usury. He had ignored repeated warnings and died under excommunication. Even so, his friends prepared to bury him with ceremony inside a famous church. They laid him out with rich garments on an open bier and brought him to the church of Santa Maria in Ara Coeli. The friars refused to allow the burial of a man condemned by the church within sacred walls. But the dead man's supporters forced the issue, pressuring the priest to begin the Mass, while they opened the church floor for a grave. Then, according to the story, a huge wolf with a strangely varied coat appeared at the doorway, entered without fear, seized the corpse before everyone present, and carried it away. No one stopped it. No trace of the body was ever found again. To medieval minds, this was no ordinary animal attack. It was read as judgment, a final public sign that no wealth could protect a sinner from divine justice. After these rapid papal successions, Nicholas III rose to the throne and ruled for 4 years. He was deeply devoted to St. Francis and made that devotion visible in art and ceremony. He had an image made in his chapel, showing St. Nicholas drawing him upward toward heaven, while St. Francis pushed him forward from behind. He also gathered the Franciscan leadership to Rome and issued an important decree explaining the rule of their order, a document so admired that chroniclers described it as astonishing for its age. At the same time, Robert de Coquina became Bishop of Durham, showing once again how closely religious life, politics, and personal advancement were tied together in this world. Meanwhile, international tensions were also rising. The King of France marched towards Spain with a chosen force, drawn into a dynastic dispute. The dead heir to the Castilian throne had left sons by a French princess, but their rights were threatened by other claimants. The King of Aragon sheltered the boys, while France was pulled into the matter in support of their cause. Yet even a large army could achieve little without food and supply. After pushing some distance into Spain and finding no way to sustain itself, the expedition withdrew. The episode shows how medieval wars could be shaped as much by logistics as by courage or royal ambition. Amid these affairs of kings and popes, chroniclers still delighted in recording sharp little stories that exposed everyday vice with almost theatrical humour. One such tale concerned a village in Annandale, rented by Sir Robert of Roberstone. The people there had grown prosperous, but with prosperity came disorder. Drunkenness, seduction, and adultery became so common that the offenders were almost constantly appearing before the Archdeacon's court and filling its records with their scandals. Yet when it came time to pay rent, they pleaded poverty. Sir Robert listened to their excuses and then made a simple law. Any tenant guilty of adultery would immediately lose his land. The effect was astonishing. Fear of losing their farms reformed them faster than spiritual penalties had done. They turned back to labour, their names vanished from the church court rolls, and their finances improved. The Archdeacon, however, was not pleased. Meeting Sir Robert on the road, he angrily asked who had given him the right to act like an ecclesiastical judge. Sir Robert answered with cutting clarity. He had made rules for his own land, he said, while the Archdeacon seemed more concerned with the income drawn from sin than with the saving of souls. It is an amusing scene, but it carries a sharp criticism of corruption inside the church. These years also saw major political pressure inside Britain. Edward launched his first war in Wales, and peace was eventually made with Llywelyn only after an enormous payment in silver. At the same time, new taxes were imposed in England, showing how often warfare meant heavier burdens for the realm. In the church, Robert of Kilwardby left Canterbury after being called to the papal court and raised to the rank of cardinal. He was followed by John of Peckham, a Franciscan scholar of great reputation who had taught at both Paris and Oxford and spent years arguing against heresy. His elevation to Canterbury was celebrated as the triumph of a learned and serious churchman, and later generations remembered him as a man who carried out his duties with humility and energy. Other changes in the north of England followed. Robert Wishart of Glasgow remained in office, while Robert de Chalice, Bishop of Carlisle, died in October. He was remembered as generous, humane, and eager for the honour of God. One story attached to him gives a more personal and reflective tone. He recalled how, in earlier days, he'd served a royal lady as physician, while a fellow cleric close to him had received a smaller church income. That other cleric, moved by conscience, left court life behind and devoted himself entirely to serving his parish. Years later, when the future bishop visited him, he found him living modestly but well, free from debt and fully committed to his spiritual duties. When he asked how such a life was possible on so little income, the answer was simple and piercing. God, the cleric said, is a faithful friend to those who truly give themselves to his service. In his own case, that faithfulness was clear. In the bishop's case, still attached to vanity and courtly life, it was not. The memory stayed with him as a rebuke to his former self and as a lesson on what true service meant. His successor, Ralph of Gisborne, was regarded as intelligent and capable, but also greedy. He turned church visitations into opportunities for financial extraction, demanding payments from priests throughout the diocese under the excuse of repairing the cathedral roof. At the same time, the coinage of the realm was reformed. Pennies and farthings were newly minted in round form, and Jews were executed for clipping coins. One more sign of how economic anxiety, royal justice, and anti-Jewish violence could intersect in medieval England. Legal and ecclesiastical business continued relentlessly. Judges sat at Carlisle, new bishops were elected and disputed, and conflicts between cathedral chapters and the crown broke out over appointments made without royal license. Walter, Archbishop of York, died, and was followed by another figure very different in character. The chronicler contrasts them sharply, one remembered as sociable and generous, the other as stern and severe. A striking story from this period describes an attempted visitation of Durham. When the visiting archbishop approached, the local prior tried to distract him with hospitality and keep him from carrying out his authority. But the archbishop pressed on. Denied lawful entry and even shut out by closed gates, he sat outside in the open, dressed in his official robes, preached to the people, explained why he had come, and publicly excommunicated those who resisted him. The dispute led to long and expensive legal struggles, a reminder that even within the church, power was constantly contested. The years that followed were no less dramatic. William Wishart of St Andrews died, and William Fraser succeeded him. There was another outbreak of war in Wales, and disaster struck at Norwich, when cathedral and convent buildings were consumed by fire. The chronicler places the blame squarely on moral corruption. According to the story, a proud and reckless prior replaced a virtuous elder, filled the monastery with luxury, horses, and even scandalous private behaviour, then provoked disputes with the townspeople over rights and property. Tensions escalated into open violence. Fire was prepared for use as a weapon. Attacks were launched on the abbey gates, and in the chaos the flames spread, first consuming the bell tower and then the church itself. Yet even as the holy place burned, the fighting outside continued. The account presents the destruction as a perfect example of how pride, wealth, and carelessness could destroy both sacred spaces and human lives. Not all stories from this time were tragedies of sin and punishment. One of the most important royal events was the marriage alliance between Scotland and Norway. After the death of the King of Norway, his son Magnus sought the hand of the daughter of the King of Scotland. She was praised as beautiful, graceful, and of suitable age, and he was said to be unable to rest until formal embassies had gone to secure the match. An extraordinary miracle story was attached to the Norwegian royal line. It was said that when Magnus was born on the feast day of St. Francis, the child appeared so malformed that the kingdom felt more shame than joy. But his father, trusting in the saint, ordered the infant wrapped in clean linen and placed upon the altar during the service. When the ceremony ended, those who came to retrieve the child found instead a healthy and beautiful boy, crying on the altar. The tale was meant to show both the king's faith and the saint's power. In time, that boy grew up and sought the Scottish princess in marriage. The marriage itself was politically valuable, but personally unwelcome to the bride and many around her, who believed she could have made a more honourable and easier match elsewhere. Even so, her father insisted, and the union was agreed upon with a large dowry, partly for the marriage itself and partly connected to claims over the Western Isles. She set sail in great splendour and with many attendants. During the voyage they faced severe danger at sea, but at dawn they reached Bergen safely. Soon afterwards she was crowned with solemn ceremony. The chronicler remembers her not only as a queen but as a civilizing influence. She won affection through her grace, softened the manners of the Norwegian court, introduced French and English speech, and encouraged more refined habits of dress and dining. She bore only one daughter, and both mother and child died not long afterward, leaving behind a short and sorrowful legacy. The record also turns briefly to local concerns in the north of England. The translation of St. Hugh of Lincoln was celebrated with great ceremony. A legal decision at Earthington confirmed that a claim made against the charitable lands of Lanercost was invalid. Ralph returned to England as Bishop of Carlisle and soon held a convocation in his cathedral, where the clergy granted him a tax on church income for 2 years. The chronicler clearly disliked this burden and even preserved a short complaint in verse, portraying poor sheep who should be comforted rather than shorn. That image captures perfectly the resentment clergy often felt when financial demands were imposed on them by their own bishops. Royal presence also touched Lanercost directly. Edward and Queen Eleanor came there in September, received ceremonially by the prior and convent. The king gave a silken robe, and in the surrounding forest he was said to have taken 200 deer in the hunt. Around such major visits, the chronicler also scattered smaller local incidents: a stolen chest, a young man killed at night, moments of loss and mischief that remind us how a medieval chronicle moved constantly between kings and ordinary people, between great public history and the passing accidents of daily life. In the following year, Bishop Ralph made his first formal visitation to Lanercost. He was received with ceremony, kissed the monks in peace, entered the chapter house, preached on divine judgment, and then imposed new constitutions upon the house. Meanwhile, the wider world kept shifting. Pope Martin IV came to power, Sicily was seized by Peter of Aragon, and papal policy increasingly favoured the Franciscans, granting them broad rights to preach and hear confessions despite the anger of many powerful bishops. These were years when papal authority was both expansive and embattled, deeply involved in university rivalries, political struggles and conflicts between bishops and friars. One final story from this period carries the full dark force of medieval religious imagination. 2 Franciscan friars from Dumfries were travelling through Annandale to preach at Christmas when they passed near a sick steward responsible for managing a priest's property. The man felt the need to confess, but he concealed part of his guilt, hiding the fact that he had stolen 20 pieces of gold from his master. Later, while lying ill in a rough outbuilding and attended only by a woman, he was visited before dawn by what the story presents as devils. They entered, lit a fire, heated water in a cauldron, dragged the sick man from his bed, plunged him into the boiling water, then hung him from a beam and tore at him, while mocking him for the hidden gold. This torment was repeated again and again, all while the woman watched in terror. When they were finished, one of the spirits asked what should be done with her. The leader answered with terrible scorn that the water used for him was not hot enough for her, because she was the priest's lover and deserved something even worse. The tale is brutal and theatrical, but its message is unmistakable. Hidden sin will not remain hidden forever, and judgment, whether in this world or the next, will come for those who deceive both God and man. When the spirits vanished, the terrified woman went to the sick man and asked how he was. His answer was bitter and direct. She had seen his suffering with her own eyes, so there was no need to ask. Instead, he begged her to bring a priest at once and warned her to think of her own soul as well. At first light, she hurried away to Annan, several miles from the place where she made her confession. The story lingers on one chilling detail. There, she found no shortage of hot water, as if the warning spoken in the night had already begun to follow her. Not all the stories from that year were so grim, but nearly all of them carried the same lesson that outward change means little without inner reform. One nobleman, Sir John of Newcastle, entered Holm-Cultram and took the monk's habit. The chronicler treated the event with cautious approval, suggesting that a new robe and a white cowl would be worthless unless the man also changed his life. Another figure, Sir Nicholas of Carlisle, was sent to Gisborne and likewise became a monk there. Such moments were held up as signs of repentance, but always with the reminder that no religious appearance could save a man whose conduct remained the same beneath it. Elsewhere, conflict arose over sacred space itself. The Friars of the Cross settled on lands associated with the memory of a holy and just man, had begun ambitious building works in their church. They pushed their architectural plans through the middle of the structure and intended to reserve a lower choir for themselves, leaving the lower section for pilgrims who came to keep vigil and burn candles near the saintly tomb. But the account presents what followed as a sign that the dead holy man did not accept this arrangement. One night, an enormous flood unlike anything remembered in the region swept into the church. The waters rushed through the upper and central parts of the building and destroyed the vaulted work. The friars were left standing not as masters over the holy place, but merely as fellow occupants of a floor only slightly raised, above the floodwaters. The event was remembered not simply as a natural disaster, but as a warning against treating a sacred shrine as private property. Around the same time, another story from Lothian gave a very different picture of divine intervention. The rector of Bothans had ordered the woodwork of his choir to be carved during Lent in honour of St. Cuthbert and for the dignity of the church. When the work was finished, he became anxious about the huge wooden scaffolding still standing inside and feared it would obstruct the coming celebration. One of the workmen climbed up to loosen the upper bindings, but the structure gave way before he could safely descend. In a moment, the whole framework collapsed and crashed onto the stone floor below. Everyone cried out, certain that the man had been crushed to death. Yet when they removed the beams, they found him completely unharmed, even laughing with those who pulled him free. To those who witnessed it, this was not luck. It was remembered as another miracle worked by St. Cuthbert, renewing the wonders already associated with his name. If some tales celebrated saints, others exposed moral corruption in the clergy with striking bluntness. During Easter week, in Inverkeithing, a parish priest named John was said to have revived pagan and obscene rites that shocked even hardened observers. He gathered young girls from surrounding villages and made them dance in circles, leading them himself in a grotesque performance that echoed the old fertility cults, of Priapus and Bacchus. He carried before them an obscene symbol mounted on a pole, sang and danced like a stage performer, and stirred the crowd with filthy language. Respectable people were horrified, yet many hesitated to challenge him because of his clerical rank. When anyone did speak against him, he only became more abusive. Later that same year, as parishioners gathered at dawn for the penitential season, he insisted that certain men stripped for penance should be prodded and humiliated. This time, the town would bear it no longer. The men he had disgraced turned on him, and before night was over he was struck down with a knife. The chronicler presents his death not as random violence, but as the justice of God falling at last upon a scandalous priest. The same period also brought frustration and disappointment to men seeking stricter religious lives. Sir Hugh of Ireland obtained permission to enter a more severe form of religion in his own country. But his effort failed because of internal quarrels between the prior and the convent. The chronicler reflects on this with a worldly kind of wisdom. It is not always enough, he suggests, to make a dramatic leap toward holiness. Sometimes men fail in the very act of trying to rise, and even failure must be endured with patience. A change of place may heal one man, but not another. Desire for the unattainable often burns strongest when it is distant. Another episode reveals how sharply church privilege and local authority could clash. Henry de Burgh was arrested at Durham and held for 3 days in the castle because of an act he had carried out under the authority of the Archbishop of York. From prison he wrote protesting his treatment in language full of injured dignity. A churchman, he argued, belonged in cloisters, not in towers and cells. If envoys and legates moved freely under privilege, why should he be treated like a criminal? He insisted that he suffered despite innocence and appealed for release. A second letter, written to the Archbishop, pressed the same complaint, with even greater force, warning that if such insults against clergy were not avenged, neither churchmen nor religious brothers would bear them quietly. These lines reveal a world in which the rights of the clergy were fiercely defended, and imprisonment was seen not merely as punishment, but as an assault on sacred status itself. At the same time, the wider political world was entering another cycle of violence. Llewellyn of Wales was captured in conflict and killed, and soon afterward the Scottish royal house was struck by a devastating series of losses. On the day after the feast of St. Agnes, the young Alexander, son of the King of Scotland, died at only 20 years of age. His death turned what should have been a day of celebration, his birthday, into mourning. Those close to him believed that had he lived, he would have been the hope of the kingdom and the joy of his family. During his illness, he suffered disturbances of mind, but before he died, he regained clarity and uttered words remembered as prophecy. He declared that at sunrise on the next day, the sun of Scotland would set. He also spoke of Edward of England, saying that his uncle would fight 3 battles, win 2, and in the 3rd be defeated. Such sayings, reported by men said to have stood by his bed, gave his death an almost visionary character. Barely a month later, his sister, the Queen of Norway, also died. To the chronicler, this was no isolated tragedy, but part of a chain of divine chastisements falling upon their father. In the same dark year, Wales again rose in rebellion, bursting across the border on Palm Sunday and bringing fire and sword even among people gathered in religious procession. Their prince, Llewellyn, driven on by his brother David, turned against the King of England despite the ties that should have bound them. Edward had married his own niece, the daughter of the House of Montfort, to Llewellyn, and through her that Welsh prince had gained noble standing and rich inheritance. David himself had long enjoyed the king's confidence, close enough even to hold a place of high trust. Yet from within that confidence, he became the most dangerous kind of enemy, the one inside the household. It was he who pushed his brother toward rebellion while imagining that he himself could later win back royal favour. Edward answered this betrayal with force. He marched personally into Wales with a powerful army and, though the campaign cost him heavily in men and money, he secured Anglesey, the fertile island that supplied the region with food and resources. He settled English farmers there, moved the Abbey of Aberconwy, and at the mouth of the Conwy, built not only a town and castle, but also a harbour protected by the tides. This was not simply conquest. It was reordering the land so that English power would remain fixed in stone. Llewellyn himself was eventually killed through the treachery of his own people, and his head was sent to Edward, though the chronicler suggests the king did not wish that done. It was displayed in London as a symbol of broken resistance. But the campaign did not end there, because David continued the struggle. Edward, already turning back toward England, heard fresh reports of further deceit and resumed the war. This time he closed in with overwhelming pressure, by land and sea, driving the Welsh into the mountains of Snowdon and using famine as a weapon against men who trusted in the strength of rocks and crags. At last, David surrendered. Edward built Flint Castle, offered mercy to the common people, and imposed new officers and laws on the conquered land. He also seized what were believed to be the ancient treasures of the Welsh, relics tied in legend to the age of Arthur. Among them was a beautiful fragment of the Holy Cross, carved into a portable cross and regarded as both the pride of Welsh dominion and the omen of its fall. Edward carried this relic triumphantly back to London, where it was shown to the people in solemn procession. David's fate was made into a brutal example. His children were condemned to perpetual imprisonment, but he himself was subjected to a punishment designed to proclaim every aspect of his guilt. He was dragged as a traitor, hanged as a thief, beheaded while still alive, disemboweled as an incendiary and killer, and finally cut into quarters as a rebel. His limbs were displayed in different cities across England, while his head, bound in iron so it would not fall apart, was raised high over London. The chronicler notes that the Welsh answered this destruction with their own lament, a heroic elegy mourning both their prince and their shattered nation, though, even within that lament, David was cursed as the one whose treachery had brought disaster on them all. While kingdoms were shaken, life within monasteries continued to change as well. At Lanercost, Prior John resigned, and his successor, Simon of Driffield, was elected shortly afterward. In York, William was advanced to the archbishopric, with the powerful Anthony Beck supporting the translation and bearing its costs. Beck himself was consecrated Bishop of Durham before the king and many leading men of the realm. These promotions remind us how closely spiritual office, royal favour, and wealth were intertwined. The royal house of England was also celebrating new life. A son was born to King Edward at Caernarfon and received his father's name. During the Welsh War, a bridge of boats had been thrown across the Menai, linking Snowdon and Anglesey, but it became the site of disaster when several notable knights and many others were drowned. Even triumph came with a price. In the same year, the king was granted a 20th of the wealth of all the churches in England, showing once again that war and government were sustained by heavy burdens laid upon the church. Then came another change in Rome. Pope Martin died, and Honorius IV succeeded him. He was old, feeble, and afflicted with such severe illness that he could neither walk nor stand, so a revolving chair had to be made for him. A mocking cardinal even turned his weakness into verse, ridiculing the choice of so broken a figure for St. Peter's seat. Yet the Pope did act decisively in one matter. He condemned wandering false apostles and lawless religious pretenders who moved about without authorization from Rome. Those captured were first to be offered the chance to abandon their sects and enter proper religious life. But if they refused, they were handed to secular justice. Reports circulated of such men being executed in numbers, and even in Berwick, 2 were arrested with their wives, children, long daggers, and purses heavy with silver. In Scotland, the greatest blow of all came soon afterward. King Alexander died suddenly after ruling for more than 36 years. He died late on a stormy Monday night, on the eve of St. Cuthbert's feast, and the chronicler interprets every sign around his death as a warning that had long been ignored. Many in the clergy believed that God had already tried to correct him by taking from him his wife and children, yet even that had not led him to reform. During the months before his death, terrible thunder and lightning had been seen in winter beneath the sign of Capricorn, and wise men read these as omens of disaster for princes. Throughout the land, people repeated dark sayings that a judgment day was approaching. But Alexander paid no heed. According to the chronicler, he had long lived recklessly, visiting women of many conditions by night and by day, often in secret and with little regard for danger or dignity. On the very day when death closed in on him, he had been holding council in Edinburgh with the nobles of Scotland, preparing to answer English envoys and discuss matters of high political importance. During the feast, he sent fresh lampreys to one of his barons, with a joke that this was the day of judgment. The reply came back just as lightly, that if it were so, they would meet it with full bellies. Yet once the meal was over, no one could persuade the king to remain where he was. The weather was savage, full of snow, rain, and bitter wind, but he set out anyway, determined to cross to Fife and visit his young queen, Yoletta, who was staying at Kinghorn. The ferryman warned him of the danger and urged him to turn back, but the king refused. He crossed and reached Inverkeithing in deep darkness, with only a handful of companions. There he was recognised by a local official who begged him to stay the night, warning him that his habit of wandering in the dark would one day bring him to harm. Alexander laughed the advice aside and merely asked for guides. Soon afterward, in the storm and blackness, the company lost the road. The horses felt their way better than the men, but the riders were separated. His companions took one path and the king another. At last, he fell from his horse and died alone in the night. The chronicler compares his end to the sleep of Sisera, sudden and helpless. He was buried at Dunfermline, and though the common people mourned him deeply, the writer remarks bitterly that those who had lived closest to his favour seemed least moved to tears. Yet, medieval narrative never allows sorrow to stand without another sign from heaven. Soon after the king's death, on the feast of the Annunciation, a farmer near Stirling ignored the holiness of the day and went out to plough. He yoked his oxen and set his own son to drive them. When the animals moved badly and cut a crooked furrow, the man grew angry and shouted curses. In rage, he seized a staff and tried to strike one of the oxen, but missed, and struck his own son on the head, killing him instantly. In a single blow, he became both a violator of holy time and the killer of his own child. The story is merciless in its lesson. Contempt for sacred observance leads to ruin, and punishment may come through the sinner's own hand. After Alexander's death, the magnates of Scotland acted carefully. Since no clear solution to the succession immediately appeared, they chose guardians from among both the clergy and the nobility to preserve peace and govern the community of the realm. These guardians ruled for 6 years while the question of the crown remained unresolved. They also dealt with the queen widow, assigning her the portion due to her. But she, according to the chronicler, resorted to deception. She pretended to be pregnant in order to delay any final settlement and strengthen her own position. For months, she kept up the illusion, refusing to allow respectable matrons to examine her. The accusation becomes even darker. It is claimed that she planned to pass off another woman's child as her own, and even had a marble font prepared for the expected event. When the time came and many gathered in hope and festivity, the fraud was said to have been uncovered through the sharp eye of William of Buchan, and she left Scotland in disgrace. Whether true or exaggerated, the story shows how quickly female political manoeuvring could be turned by chroniclers into a tale of cunning, ambition, and humiliation. The narrative then moves back a few years to another extraordinary event at Oxford. A group of scholars had gone to sleep after supper, and one of them retired to his chamber above. Around midnight, his companions were disturbed by terrifying sounds, shouting, striking, and the grinding of teeth. They rushed to his bedside and found him speechless, almost dying, with his whole body blackened so horribly that he no longer seemed human. Believing him near death, one of the scholars suggested they recite the opening of the Gospel of John, trusting that the holy words might drive away whatever evil held him. Since none of them knew the entire text, they spoke it in parts. As they did so, the evil spirit departed. In leaving, it hurled down the great stone stair that led to the room, and the chamber filled with such a foul stench that they nearly suffocated. Yet the young man recovered, and the dark stain faded from him until he looked normal again. It was remembered by those who heard the testimony not as illness, but as possession broken by sacred speech. Another story of judgment comes from Bywell, near Newcastle. There lived there a married steward who had enriched himself by dishonest dealings with property under his control. As he approached death, a priest urged him to provide from his goods for the salvation of his soul. The dying man resisted, denied that he had anything worth leaving, and only grudgingly consented to distribute a few small portions. Of everything else, he declared, he left it to Satan. After his death, while the funeral feast was being prepared and his body carried to the church, fire suddenly burst from his house on the western side of the town. The flames raced through the streets so quickly that the funeral rites could scarcely be finished. The blaze consumed building after building, then devoured not one, but two great parish churches, St. Peter's and St. Andrew's, along with all that was inside them. The fire even leapt the nearby river and reduced 2 more villages to ashes. The chronicler himself says he later saw the traces of the disaster and heard the full account from local people. For him, the meaning was unmistakable. The dying man's blasphemous words had been answered with visible ruin. A different kind of divine judgment is described in Lunardale. A widowed church official known as the clerk of the chapter was falsely accused by a woman who claimed he had once sworn marriage to her. He admitted that in youth he had sinned with her, but firmly denied any lawful pledge. Those who knew him trusted his word. A formal day was set for the woman to prove her case, and when the moment came, the ecclesiastical officials urged caution and prayer. As she knelt to swear, stretching out her hand toward the book, she suddenly collapsed onto the breast of the vicar overseeing the proceedings. At first, he thought she was pretending or trying to charm him, but when she did not move, he lifted her and revealed to everyone present that she was dead. Thus, in the very act of swearing falsely, she was struck down. The story served as a perfect example for medieval audiences who believed that false oaths spoken before God might be punished instantly and publicly. The Welsh War flared again in these years, drawing yet another royal campaign, while the church in the north continued to see its own struggles. William of Wykeham, Archbishop of York, came to Durham for a visitation and was met with contempt, not only from the monks, but also from lay supporters. The insult was so severe that armed force seemed almost necessary. The chronicler leaves the immediate outcome hanging, but insists that God later avenged the offence through Anthony Beck, who dealt harshly enough with those responsible. Even the movement of noble remains was noted in this restless period, such as the translation of the body of Thomas, 1st Lord of Malton, on All Souls' Day, During these same years, tensions within the church were just as intense as the conflicts between kingdoms. John Peckham, Archbishop of Canterbury, entered into sharp disputes with the preaching friars, especially over complex theological questions about the nature of Christ. These were not quiet academic debates. They were fierce arguments that revealed how divided even the learned world of the church could be. At the same time, Anthony Beck, a powerful royal clerk, was consecrated as Bishop of Durham in the presence of the king, the queen, and much of the nobility. The ceremony was marked not only by celebration, but also by deep concern. Many questioned what kind of man should be entrusted with such authority. For a bishop was not merely an official, but a representative of Christ's power on earth. The following day brought a moment of great joy, as the relics of St. William of York were solemnly moved into a richly adorned shrine. His life had once been marked by moral weakness, but he had turned firmly toward righteousness, and now he was honoured as a saint. Around this time, stories circulated from Rome that seemed to confirm the power of holiness in a more physical way. One English friar described visiting a sacred place dedicated to Saint Agnes. There, hidden behind the altar, the preserved body of the young martyr was revealed. Those present saw a figure that appeared not dead, but asleep, with features still youthful and untouched by decay. Her body, small like that of a young girl, was clothed in a garment so fine that many believed it had been given by angels. For those who witnessed it, this was proof that holiness could overcome even the corruption of time. While such stories inspired faith, the wider world continued to shift rapidly. Edward of England crossed the sea to Gascony to deal with unrest there, while a new pope, Nicholas IV, rose to power in Rome. Unlike many of his predecessors, he was known for humility. He dismissed the armed guards that usually surrounded the papal office and chose instead to present himself with simplicity. He avoided involvement in the disputes of the wealthy and gave his attention to the needs of the poor. At the same time, he worked tirelessly to gather support for a new crusade, ordering that a portion of church income be collected across all lands for the defence of the Holy Land. Yet even men of influence were not free from regret. The Archbishop of York, travelling to present the affairs of his church before the Pope, fell ill and died along the way. As he lay dying, he is said to have expressed sorrow above all for having once raised an unworthy man to high office. It was believed by many that miracles occurred at his tomb, especially for those suffering from fever, as if his repentance had been accepted and transformed into grace. Back in England, the royal household itself underwent a striking change. Eleanor, mother of the king, turned away from worldly life and entered a convent, devoting herself fully to religion. Her son honoured this decision by enriching the house where she lived, ensuring its prosperity. But beyond these quiet acts of devotion, unrest continued. In Wales, rebellion broke out once more, forcing the king to spend vast sums on war. Elsewhere, sudden disasters struck without warning. At Droslan Castle, a wall collapsed and crushed 2 noblemen. In another town, a fire set deliberately by a violent man spread so quickly that it destroyed buildings and lives alike, turning a place of trade into a scene of chaos and death. Amid these events, the land experienced both abundance and hardship. One year saw such plentiful harvests that grain became astonishingly cheap. Yet, in another, famine struck, and the poor suffered greatly, many dying of hunger. These sharp contrasts remind us how unstable life was, swinging between plenty and desperation within a short span of time. Religious life also continued to evolve. Orders changed their habits, monks took new vows, and some sought stricter paths of devotion. Yet not all transformations were sincere. One story tells of a man who claimed holiness by refusing ordinary food, prompting the chronicler to question whether such outward displays meant anything at all without inner discipline. Another short remark reflects a harsher view of justice, suggesting that those who feared neither sin nor the authority of the Church deserved the harshest punishments. Disasters often came through simple carelessness. At Gisborne, a great church was destroyed because a worker left a fire unattended near the wooden structure of the roof. Within moments, flames spread beyond control, consuming the building and causing immense loss. Yet alongside such destruction, stories of miraculous healing also circulated. A man in Newcastle, swollen with illness and abandoned by physicians, turned at last to prayer. After making a vow to St. Francis, he experienced a sudden and overwhelming release of fluid from his body, as if the sickness itself were being driven out. Though his body was left weak and loose, he regained strength and set out on pilgrimage, fulfilling his vow and returning home restored. For those who witnessed it, this was undeniable proof of divine intervention. At the same time, moral warnings continued to appear through the lives of individuals. A cleric in Scotland, once devoted to wealth and legal disputes, suddenly fell ill. In his final days, he repented, abandoned his schemes, and spoke openly against the corruption of the courts he had once served. He even foretold not only his own death, but that of a servant who would follow him shortly after. When events unfolded exactly as he had said, his story became another reminder that worldly ambition often ends in regret. Even kings were not beyond danger. While Edward and his queen were together in a chamber, a sudden bolt of lightning entered through a window. It passed between them and killed 2 attendants standing nearby, leaving the royal pair untouched. Those present saw it as a miracle, a sign that their survival was not mere chance. Strange and unsettling stories also spread among the people. In one village, a man who neglected church duties wandered into the countryside on a holy day. There, he encountered a terrifying vision, a gathering of small, twisted figures resembling a mockery of a religious assembly. They performed a grotesque imitation of worship, laughing instead of singing and mimicking sacred rituals in a distorted way. When they turned on him, pelting him with stones and trying to draw him away with them, he barely escaped by clinging to the ground and recalling the suffering of Christ. Even after returning home, he struggled with the lingering effects of the encounter, as if the boundary between the natural and the supernatural had been dangerously crossed. Beyond England, the fall of the city of Tripoli marked a major loss for the Christian world. Surrounded by powerful defences, it still fell to the advancing forces of the East. Within the chaos, acts of both courage and tragedy were remembered. One English friar, seeing fear among the defenders, took up a great cross and led a charge against the enemy, unarmed but filled with faith. He was cut down brutally, losing his arms and being trampled beneath horses, yet his death was remembered as martyrdom, a final act of devotion to the cross he had carried. Another story from that same disaster tells of a nun captured for her beauty. Refusing to abandon her faith, she used her captor's desire against him. Pretending to teach him a protective charm, she persuaded him to strike her with his sword as a test. As she whispered a sacred prayer, he obeyed, killing her instantly. In doing so, she escaped him forever, and, in the eyes of the chronicler, secured her place in eternal life. The man, realizing what he had done, was left in despair. But the story itself was told as a triumph of faith over violence. Amid all this, everyday life continued with its own small dramas. In one English parish, a corrupt cleric hid his lover in a secure chamber when his superior arrived unexpectedly. The woman, seeing an opportunity, stole money from the place and fled, leaving him disgraced and ruined. It was a simple story, but one that reinforced a familiar lesson. Those who live by deceit are often undone by it. At the same time, great figures pass from the world. Dervorgila, a noblewoman of immense wealth and influence, died after a long life marked not only by power, but also by generosity. She had founded a monastery in memory of her husband and ensured that even after death they would remain symbolically united. Her passing marked the end of an era just as new political alliances were formed through royal marriages across Europe. Yet perhaps the most striking story from these years comes from Paris. A servant woman, persuaded by her Jewish master, agreed to bring back the consecrated host from church without consuming it. When she returned and placed it before him, he struck it with a knife in mockery. At once, blood flowed from it, covering the table and everything nearby. Terrified, he tried to wash it away, but the blood only spread further. Even when he attempted to hide it in a well, it rose again, filling the water with blood. The story ends with his capture and punishment, though some accounts say the woman repented and was spared. To those who heard it, the message was clear. Sacred things could not be mocked without consequence. As winter approached, King Edward turned his attention to the north. His aim was both political and strategic. By moving closer to the Scottish border, he hoped to maintain direct contact with Scottish leaders while reinforcing the vulnerable frontiers of his realm. With the Queen, his children and the royal court accompanying him, the journey began with purpose and confidence. But as they neared Lincoln, everything changed. On a cold day marked by the feast of the apostles Simon and Jude, the Queen suddenly died. Her death struck the king with overwhelming grief. The journey north was abandoned at once, and the royal procession turned back toward London. There, in Westminster, her funeral was held with great ceremony. Nobles gathered from across the kingdom, and the burial was carried out with all the solemnity befitting a queen. Yet beneath the grandeur lay a deep sense of loss. Her passing marked not only a personal tragedy for the king, but also a moment that seemed to remind all who witnessed it of how fragile even the highest earthly power could be. During this same period, stories began to circulate once again about the enduring influence of St. Francis. It was said that his power, long remembered in distant lands, was now revealing itself anew in England. One such story told of a young noble couple living near Oxford. They had been married for years but remained without children, a condition that weighed heavily on them. The wife, believing her barrenness to be a sign of her own faults, sought spiritual guidance. Through confession and counsel, she was encouraged to place her hope in St. Francis and make a vow of devotion. She did so with complete sincerity, promising to live in strict discipline if her prayer were answered. Within a short time she conceived, and before the year had passed, she gave birth to twin sons. For her and her husband, the change was nothing less than miraculous. The story spread quickly, reinforcing the belief that faith, when joined with sacrifice, could alter even what seemed unchangeable. Not all stories from this time carried such gentle hope. In a region of Scotland, a man known for his wealth and indulgence became the subject of a far darker tale. He was fond of drink, often abandoning his work to spend long hours in taverns. One evening, as he sat alone by a fire, drinking heavily, he was confronted by a terrifying vision. A grotesque figure appeared before him, claiming to be a spirit that had long dwelled in that place. It spoke of years spent watching men waste their lives in excess, and then revealed something horrifying. The man was shown a vessel filled with foul matter, gathered, as the spirit claimed, from the excesses of drunken men. The sight shook him deeply. Whether from fear or sudden clarity, he made a vow on the spot to abandon such habits forever. From that day on, he kept his promise, refusing to drink again. Those who knew him saw a complete transformation, and his story became a warning against the dangers of indulgence and the unseen consequences that might follow it. Meanwhile, the affairs of the church continued to unfold. The Archbishop of York travelled to Rome, seeking to defend the rights and independence of his church before the Pope. His mission was important, though its outcome remained uncertain. At the same time, the memory of the late queen was honoured in multiple places. Her body, heart, and remains were buried in different sacred locations, each ceremony marked by prayers and reflection. A poem composed in her memory spoke of the fleeting nature of life, reminding all that neither wealth nor power could shield anyone from death. Beyond England, events were taking a darker turn. The fall of Acre, one of the last strongholds of Christian power in the East, sent shockwaves across Europe. For generations, the city had stood as a gateway for pilgrims and merchants alike, a place where cultures met under fragile truces. But those truces had been broken. Reports spoke of knights abusing foreign traders, seizing goods and mistreating those who had come in peace. When complaints reached the Sultan, he demanded justice, offering fair terms. Yet his requests were ignored. What followed was inevitable. Armies gathered and the city was surrounded. Despite a brave defense, the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed the defenders. Arrows filled the sky so densely that they seemed to darken the air itself. Within the walls, those who remained prepared themselves for death. They confessed their sins, took communion, and resolved to fight one final time. But confusion and fear weakened their efforts. Leadership faltered, and when the city finally fell, the destruction was complete. Wealth was plundered, lives were lost, and one of the last symbols of Christian presence in the East was erased. Back in England, King Edward continued his journey north, determined to assert his authority over Scotland. His progress was marked by remarkable generosity. He distributed alms freely, giving so much that even the wealthy began to disguise themselves as the poor to receive his gifts. Yet behind this display of generosity lay a greater political aim. At Berwick, he gathered evidence from chronicles and records, seeking to prove his claim over Scotland. After careful deliberation, the Scottish nobles acknowledged him as their overlord, swearing loyalty in formal terms. This moment marked a turning point. With Scotland effectively under his authority, Edward positioned himself as the dominant power in the region. Castles were placed under his control, and officials were appointed to secure his rule. For a time, peace was maintained, though it rested on a fragile foundation. Amid these political changes, the memory of Edward's mother also came to the forefront. Her life, especially after her withdrawal from worldly affairs, was remembered for its charity. She had devoted herself to acts of kindness, regularly providing for the poor and dedicating her wealth to religious causes. After her death, her body was carefully prepared and preserved until it could be buried with full ceremony. Her heart, placed in a golden reliquary, was entrusted to a religious order she had favoured during her life. This act symbolised not only devotion, but also the deep personal bond between the royal family and the church. Nature itself seemed restless during these years. Heavy rains flooded the land, turning roads into rivers of mud and making travel nearly impossible. Storms brought violent lightning, and in one village church a single strike caused devastation. The bolt tore through stone walls, blackened sacred images, and killed those inside in an instant. Survivors could only look upon the destruction with fear and wonder, unsure whether such events were acts of nature or signs of something greater. At the same time, the question of Scotland's crown reached its climax. Competing claims were examined in detail, tracing lines of descent through generations. After long deliberation, the decision was made in favour of John Balliol. He was crowned king at Scone, with the approval of Edward and the gathered nobles. Soon after, he travelled south to formally acknowledge Edward's authority, sealing the relationship between the two kingdoms. Yet even as order seemed to be established, disaster struck again. In Carlisle, a combination of violent storms, rising waters, and human negligence led to catastrophe. A fire broke out and spread rapidly, fueled by strong winds. The flames consumed homes, churches, and entire streets. People and animals alike were trapped in the chaos, and many perished. Witnesses described scenes of unimaginable destruction, with even birds falling from the sky, scorched as they tried to escape. Despite such tragedies, stories of faith and divine intervention continued to emerge. In Italy, at the shrine of St. Anthony, remarkable healings were reported. A young friar, suddenly struck with illness that left him unable to speak or breathe properly, travelled to the shrine in hope. After days of suffering, he experienced a sudden and painful release, followed by a complete recovery. Soon after, another man, deaf and mute from birth, claimed to have been guided in a dream to the same place. There, after intense suffering, he too was healed, gaining both hearing and speech for the first time in his life. Even more astonishing was the story of a child who had drowned. Declared dead and prepared for burial, he was restored to life after his family made a desperate vow to the saints. Such accounts, whether believed or doubted, spread rapidly, strengthening the conviction that divine power was still active in the world. At the same time, tensions between nations grew sharper. In northern France, violence erupted between local populations and English sailors. What began as isolated acts of aggression soon escalated into open conflict. Trade was disrupted, travellers were attacked, and political hostility intensified. Even scholars were forced to leave, caught in the widening divide between the two kingdoms. Yet amidst all this unrest, quieter stories of faith persisted. One tells of a humble farmer who, after being wrongfully deprived of his land, placed his trust in the Virgin Mary. Despite corruption and injustice in the courts, he continued to pray with unwavering devotion. One night, as he lay exhausted and hungry, he experienced a vision. A radiant figure appeared, promising that his land would be restored. The next day, events unfolded exactly as foretold, and he returned home victorious. For him, and for those who heard his story, it was proof that faith could overcome even the most difficult circumstances. Another tale speaks of a young scholar haunted by a terrifying dream. Dragged toward punishment by dark figures, he stood helpless until a higher power intervened. Though his faults were laid bare before him, he was given a chance for mercy through the intercession of a divine figure he had long honoured. In that moment, he realised that judgment was not only about punishment, but also about the possibility of redemption. The night was restless, and something was clearly wrong. As James lay beside his companion, his body began to tremble violently. He muttered in fear, drenched in sweat, as if struggling against something unseen. The man next to him tried everything to wake him, shaking him, calling out loudly, even pushing him, but nothing worked. It was as though James was trapped somewhere far beyond reach. Only after a long and terrible struggle did he finally awaken, gasping, confused and disoriented like someone returning from a distant and unfamiliar place. When he came to his senses, he asked where he was and how he had gotten there. His companion, still shaken, described everything he had witnessed: the trembling, the cries, the strange and terrifying behaviour. In response, James revealed the vision he had just experienced, recounting it in full detail. As proof, he held tightly in his hand a mysterious roll, something he claimed had been taken from a dark force during the vision. He refused to show what was written on it, keeping its contents hidden. But at first light, he wasted no time. He went to confess, openly and with tears, and in that act of repentance he believed he erased whatever had been recorded against him. From that day forward, his life changed completely. He embraced harsh discipline, denying himself comfort, fasting regularly, and living with such intensity that even deeply religious men were left in awe. Yet, as often happens, stories of virtue were balanced by examples of corruption. Not long after, another tale emerged from the west of England, near the town of Wells. there lived a church official whose life stood in sharp contrast to James's transformation. Though he held a respected position, his behaviour suggested otherwise. When illness finally struck him, it came with great severity. As his condition worsened, friars were called to assist him in his final hours. When they arrived, they found a man reluctant to face his fate. Instead of accepting spiritual comfort, he asked them to leave him and rest. Alone with only a young servant, he ordered a chest to be opened and a bowl of silver and gold coins to be brought to him. What followed was deeply disturbing. Staring at the treasure with an almost unnatural fixation, he began to handle the coins wildly, as if overcome by madness. Then, in a shocking display, he tried to eat them, biting and sucking on the metal as if it were food. The servant, terrified, ran for help. When the friars rushed back, they found a horrifying scene. The man was dead. His body lay on the floor, stripped bare, darkened as if by some unnatural force. Coins were embedded across his body, covering him from head to toe. It was a grim and unsettling image, as though his greed had physically consumed him. Those who witnessed it saw in it a harsh lesson, that a life devoted to wealth alone could lead to a terrible end. At the same time, hardship spread across the land. Food became scarce and prices soared. Grain, once affordable, became a luxury beyond the reach of many. Hunger and uncertainty added to the already tense atmosphere of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the royal family continued to shape the future of England. The Earl of Gloucester, having married the king's daughter, made a significant decision after the birth of his son. He handed over his estates to the king, ensuring that his heir would be provided for under royal protection. It was a move that strengthened ties within the ruling family, but also showed how fragile power could be, even among the highest ranks. Nature too seemed unsettled. One morning, travellers observed an enormous dark cloud forming in the east, its shape almost unnatural. Within it, flashes of lightning appeared like the opening and closing of a massive eye, casting light toward the west. Soon after, violent storms broke out, with thunder and lightning so constant that the sky seemed to glow without interruption. People were terrified, even animals reacted in fear. Houses were damaged, and strange sounds echoed through the air, as if something unseen moved within the storm. In the midst of these events, political tensions continued to rise. Alliances were formed, marriages arranged, and conflicts prepared. In Scotland, royal marriages tied kingdoms together, while in England, power struggles unfolded both openly and in secret. At sea, war erupted between England and France. Near the coast of Brittany, a massive naval clash took place. French forces suffered heavy losses, with hundreds of ships destroyed and thousands of men killed. The English, by contrast, lost very little. The imbalance was striking, and it further deepened the hostility between the two nations. But it was not only wars between kingdoms that shaped this time. Strange and terrifying events continued to be reported. In Scotland, a dense fog and sudden snowfall created confusion and fear among travellers. One young couple, returning home from market, were caught in it. The woman, choosing to walk while her husband rode ahead, was suddenly confronted by something unnatural near a stream. What she encountered appeared at first to be a small child, but its presence quickly revealed something far more sinister. It attacked her without mercy, tearing at her flesh and leaving deep wounds. When her husband returned, he found her barely alive. She was taken home, given last rites, and died shortly after. Those who saw her injuries spoke of them with horror, convinced that what she had faced was no ordinary creature. At the same time, King Edward faced mounting pressure from France. Summoned to appear in person, he prepared for the journey but was warned of a possible trap. Trusting the warnings, he refused to go. As a result, he lost control of his lands across the sea. The French king acted aggressively, placing restrictions, seizing territories, and increasing tensions to the brink of war. In response, England prepared for conflict. Trade was disrupted, travel became dangerous, and suspicion grew on all sides. Even within the church, divisions and rivalries intensified, as power and influence were contested. Elsewhere, rebellion broke out in Wales once again. A new leader emerged, gathering forces and attacking English strongholds. King Edward responded swiftly, advancing with his army. Rather than rushing into direct battle, he weakened the rebels by cutting off their resources and isolating them. Within a short time, the rebellion collapsed, and control was restored. Far beyond these conflicts, events in Rome added to the sense of instability. A new pope was chosen, only to resign shortly after, an unprecedented act that shocked many. His successor quickly took power, marking a dramatic shift within the church itself. At the same time, nature delivered another warning. Rivers overflowed without warning, destroying bridges, mills, and entire structures. Floodwaters swept away everything in their path, carrying people and animals alike into the sea. The destruction was sudden and overwhelming, leaving communities struggling to recover. Back in England, councils and assemblies gathered to prepare for what seemed inevitable. Taxes were raised, armies organised, and strategies formed. The kingdom stood on the edge of a larger conflict, one that would soon engulf both land and sea. And yet, amid all the chaos, there remained a sense that these events were more than just coincidence. To those who lived through them, the storms, the visions, the strange encounters, and the sudden reversals of fortune all seemed connected. It was as if the world itself was shifting, responding to the actions of men, reflecting both their virtues and their failures. News soon arrived from across the sea, bringing word of a fierce and chaotic battle in Gascony. During Easter week, English forces found themselves caught between two enemies, the French advancing from one side and the citizens of Bordeaux rising against them from the other. The clash was brutal. Many fell, and many more were wounded, yet despite the pressure, the English held their ground. Slowly but decisively, the tide turned. The enemy ranks broke, retreating in disorder. Several were captured, while dozens of high-ranking nobles were killed and buried on the very field where they had fallen. Even the fleet sent from the Cinque Ports returned safely, its ships intact and its men unharmed, a rare piece of good news in an otherwise turbulent time. Part of Bordeaux itself fell under English control, including the outer defences. Commanded by Edmund, brother of King Edward, alongside the Earl of Lincoln and other nobles, the army pushed forward with determination. It was said that they could have secured complete victory then and there, but the campaign faltered for a more familiar reason: lack of pay. With soldiers unpaid and resources strained, the army was forced to disband before finishing what it had begun. When word of this reached King Edward, he acted quickly, sending supplies of grain and money to sustain the campaign. Not long after, envoys returned from Gascony, announcing that English forces had regained control over the region and remained in strong condition. But while success abroad brought hope, events closer to home were unfolding with far darker consequences. Scotland, long tied to England in uneasy dependence, was slipping into open defiance. Pride and resentment had taken root among its leaders, and they began to turn against both their king and their southern neighbour. King John, once supported by English power, was now treated as little more than a prisoner by his own people. He was restricted, watched constantly, and denied the freedom to act. Even when summoned by Edward, he was prevented from attending, his voice effectively silenced. At the same time, Scotland prepared for war. Supplies were gathered, livestock seized, and fortifications strengthened. Berwick, the kingdom's most important port, became a focal point of defence. Foreign allies were invited, and confidence grew among the Scots that they could resist any threat. Yet beneath this confidence lay a dangerous illusion. They believed themselves strong, but in reality they were marching toward disaster. Strange signs seemed to accompany this growing tension. One observer described a vision of a figure clothed in white, moving through a quiet space with a drawn sword, as if warning of destruction yet to come. Soon after, that warning appeared to take shape in reality. Religious houses were looted, their libraries stripped, their treasures taken with ruthless speed. It was as if the storm that had been foretold had finally arrived. Meanwhile, in Rome, the Pope issued firm decrees aimed at limiting the growing power of kings over the Church. He condemned rulers who sought to seize church wealth and forbade clergy from offering financial support to secular authorities without approval. Another decree demanded that priests remain within their assigned parishes, enforcing discipline across the Church. These measures reflected a broader struggle between spiritual authority and political ambition, a conflict that was spreading across Europe. Back in England, betrayal added another layer of danger. A nobleman seeking advantage secretly aligned himself with the enemies of the crown. When his treachery was uncovered, it was met with swift consequences. King Edward, aware of the fragile situation, moved carefully but decisively. He sought to secure loyalty while preparing for the conflict he knew was coming. The turning point came at Berwick. Edward approached the city not with immediate violence, but with an offer, peace, protection, and forgiveness in exchange for surrender. He waited, patient but firm. For days there was no answer. When he finally addressed the people directly, their response was not submission, but mockery. Insults were hurled, attacks launched against his ships, and even women joined in attempts to burn the fleet. The rejection was absolute. What followed was swift and devastating. The English forces advanced, overwhelming the defences with little resistance. The city fell, and the consequences were severe. Thousands lost their lives in the chaos, and the survivors were driven into exile. Yet even in victory, Edward showed a measure of restraint. He ordered that the dead be buried with dignity, paying those who carried out the grim task. Still, the violence did not end there. Scottish forces launched raids into English territory, and these attacks were marked by extreme brutality. Villages were burned, monasteries destroyed, and civilians slaughtered without mercy. The destruction of religious sites shocked even those accustomed to war. Sacred places were looted, relics desecrated, and the symbols of faith treated with contempt. To many, this was more than war. It was a violation of something deeper. Amid these events, stories spread of strange occurrences, moments that seemed to defy explanation. In one instance, a group of soldiers sought to hold a religious service after committing acts of violence. Yet when the priest attempted to consecrate the bread, it vanished before his eyes. A second attempt failed in the same way. Witnesses fled in fear, convinced that divine judgment had intervened. The conflict soon reached a decisive stage near Dunbar. Scottish forces, confident and numerous, gathered to relieve a besieged garrison, but their plan unravelled almost immediately. Before the battle could fully begin, their lines broke. Panic spread, and what had seemed like a strong army dissolved into chaos. Thousands were killed, while many nobles were captured and sent into captivity across England. The scale of the defeat was staggering. In the aftermath, English forces tightened their control. Castles surrendered, prisoners were taken, and resistance weakened. King John himself, once the ruler of Scotland, was forced into submission. Surrounded and without support, he surrendered his crown and accepted the loss of both his kingdom and his lands. From that moment on, Scotland's independence was effectively broken. Yet even as victory was secured, the cost was evident. News arrived that Edmund, the king's own brother, had died in Gascony. It was said that his death came not in battle, but from the strain of maintaining an army without sufficient resources. His passing cast a shadow over the success of the campaign, a reminder that even triumph carried its own losses. At the same time, far away in Paris, nature struck with unexpected force. Without warning, the river flooded the city, destroying bridges and sweeping away buildings filled with wealth and luxury. In a single night, entire sections of the city were lost. To those who witnessed it, the disaster seemed like a reflection of something deeper. A warning that no power, no matter how great, was beyond the reach of sudden ruin. A strange and powerful story circulated in those years about a cleric who had been commanded to deliver a sacred message to King Edward. The order had already been repeated to him, and even a reward had been promised, yet he still hesitated. Wanting company for the road, he asked a close friend, another cleric named de Houton, to travel with him as far as Worcester, saying only that he had business to attend to at the king's court. He never revealed the true reason for the journey. Because his friend knew nothing of the heavenly warning that had been given, he refused to go. Then, according to the story, the Virgin appeared to the hesitant messenger for a third time. She rebuked him for his disobedience and declared that, as punishment for his delay, his death would come swiftly and suddenly. Terrified, the man immediately prepared his will and appointed executors, ordering them to send the sacred letter without delay. Not long after, he died exactly as foretold. After his death, nobody dared carry the message to the king except an insignificant tailor. Yet this humble messenger was welcomed graciously at court and did not leave unrewarded. When King Edward read the contents of the letter by the fire in his chamber, he was overcome with emotion. He knelt 3 times, kissed the ground, and gave thanks to the Virgin. Then he asked where the cleric was, the one whose name had been commended to him. When he learned that the original messenger had died, he was deeply grieved. The promise contained in the message was never fully revealed. But one thing became known. The king was assured that he would continue to prevail over his enemies. From that day onward, Edward was said to have observed a solemn fast every Saturday, living on bread and water in honour of the Virgin. He also began building a magnificent church in London dedicated to her praise. After John Balliol had been removed from power, Edward announced during his advance through Scotland that no one in his army was to plunder or burn, and that fair payment must be given for whatever supplies were needed. He pushed northward into the region of Mar and reached the merchant town of Aberdeen. There, some crafty envoys sent by the King of France were captured after being detained in a port. They carried many letters, addressed not only to the King of Scots but also to Scottish nobles. Edward could easily have punished them harshly, yet instead he restrained those around him, returned the letters to the messengers, and sent them swiftly south toward London so they might see for themselves the very king they had come in search of. Then they were allowed to depart and return by another route to their own land. It was a display of royal confidence as much as royal control. From there, Edward pressed on into Moray, a region the chronicler presents as remote, difficult, and wild. It was a land of hills, forests, and steep crags, places the local population trusted as natural defences. Edward's purpose was not simply to march through it, but to test and expose those strongholds with scattered detachments. The campaign was meant to prove that even the roughest country in the north could not shelter resistance forever. Once he had reduced the region to submission, he returned to Berwick around the time of the Assumption. There, the people of Scotland renewed their homage to the King of England and to his son, the future heir. Oaths were sworn again, charters were sealed, and solemn promises were made upon holy relics. But the chronicler writes with obvious bitterness, insisting that these vows meant nothing because they were not supported by true loyalty. In his eyes, the rebellion that followed soon afterward proved their emptiness. The very next day brought news that delighted Edward's supporters. Men from the Cinque Ports had just escorted knights and foot soldiers toward Gascony when, out at sea, they encountered a vast fleet sailing from Spain to France. Though badly outnumbered, the English attacked. They had only around 80 ships against a force of 300, yet they managed to scatter the enemy, capturing many vessels and several galleys loaded with valuable cargo. One galley alone was said to contain an enormous quantity of wine. Part of this prize was sent on to the knights campaigning in Gascony, while the rest was brought to London. To the chronicler, this was not just a naval success. It was another sign of heavenly favour granted through the aid of the Virgin, and he treats it as evidence that divine power still intervened visibly in earthly affairs. The narrative then turns to a very different kind of miracle, one centred not on kings or armies, but on a solitary holy woman living near Shrewsbury. Her name was Emma, and she had long been consecrated to the life of an anchorite. On the eve of the feast of St. Francis, she welcomed 2 friars of the Franciscan order into her dwelling. At midnight, remembering that praise should be offered to God on such a feast, she rose from her bed and asked her servant to bring a lamp so that morning devotions could begin. But when the lamp was placed upon the altar, it was suddenly extinguished by a gust of wind. As she wondered at this strange interruption, a beam of heavenly light appeared through the window of the oratory beside the church. Its brilliance surpassed sunlight itself. It illuminated the room so intensely that even the maidens sleeping at a distance were overwhelmed and began to weep. Then, according to the account, St. John the Baptist appeared, entering as witness to the miracle. The lamp was burning once more, and he told Emma that she would soon witness a mass. What followed was described as an overwhelming flood of radiance and fragrance. In that splendour appeared the Virgin Mary, surrounded by heavenly glory, while 4 Franciscan saints accompanied her. Chief among them was St. Anthony, clothed in vestments of indescribable richness. The Virgin took her place above the altar, and the others prepared to celebrate the sacred mystery. St. Anthony led the service, while the others sang with such sweetness that people in a distant part of the town were said to hear the harmony without knowing from where it came. Emma later remembered parts of the Mass, especially the great cry, "Thou art the King of glory, O Christ," repeated 3 times. When she asked why St. Francis himself was not present on his own feast, she was told that he was occupied interceding before God for the many people invoking his help. At the elevation of the host, the Virgin herself bowed low in reverence, and when the office ended, she descended gently to comfort Emma in intimate and heavenly conversation. The vision did not end there. St. John instructed her to wake the friars who were sleeping nearby so that they too could witness the divine light. She did so, and from the 3rd cock-crow until dawn they saw the church filled with celestial brightness. One friar, trying to discover the source, looked through the window and saw what seemed to be a burning torch before the image of John the Baptist. The story was offered as proof that such revelations were not fantasies or tricks of the devil, but gifts granted to holy souls. Another story about Emma follows, this time from her youth, when she was still a novice and vulnerable to temptation. During an illness, she was warned beforehand by St. John that the devil would come disguised as a physician. The saint gave her words of exorcism to defend herself. Soon afterward, a figure appeared, claiming to be a healer and offering to examine the place of her pain. But Emma recognized the deception. She challenged the intruder in the name of the Word made flesh, and forced him to answer her questions. When she asked which men hindered the devil's work most, he answered bitterly that the Franciscans were among his greatest enemies. He said they either spoiled his attacks entirely, or made it difficult for his arrows to strike human hearts. He described those arrows as ignorance, lust, and malice. Then, when pressed further, he admitted with a groan that the words of the gospel had such power that all evil spirits were made to bow when they heard them, and could no longer spread their poison in that place. The story served as another lesson in the power of sacred speech and holy protection. From private visions, the Chronicle moves back into public warning. In Berwick, some years before the town's destruction, the citizens had been prosperous and generous. They supported the Franciscans with money from the common treasury, helping provide for the feast of St. Francis and the clothing of poor friars. Their charity was not merely an act of piety. They believed the saint, who had once been connected with trade through his merchant family, might also bring blessing upon their own commercial success. For a time, their prosperity seemed to confirm that belief, but later, swayed by corrupt advisers, they first reduced this charitable fund and then cut it in half. According to the chronicler, that was the beginning of their downfall. The warning came through a dream. Thomas Hughtune, the younger son of a knight named John Grey, saw his dead father in a place of delight among the ranks of the Franciscan friars. Though surprised to see him dressed like one of them, Thomas was told his father had been counted among those whose company he had most loved in life. He was instructed to go to the people of Berwick and urge them publicly to restore the charitable foundation in honour of St. Francis. If they did not, they would soon lose both their wealth and their bodily safety. Thomas obeyed and told the townspeople what he had seen, but they ignored him. The prophecy, the chronicler says, came true in sequence. First, their trade declined, then the sword descended upon them. He adds another story to reinforce the point. One burgess of the town, grieving at the disrespect shown to the saint, offered to fund the feast himself. Almost immediately he was struck by a terrible illness that affected his whole body, and all physicians declared it incurable. The friars urged him to trust in St. Francis and to hope for recovery. He then had every limb of his body measured in the saint's honour. As soon as this was done, he was healed so quickly that only a headache remained. His wife joked that this was only because his head had not yet been measured. When it too was measured, the pain vanished completely. That man survived in health, while many of his fellow citizens later perished by the sword. The chronicler leaves no doubt about the meaning he draws from this. In his view, divine favour and divine punishment were both active in human affairs, especially where reverence toward the saints was concerned. The story then returns to the mounting political crisis in England. In London, the clergy met to consider the king's demand for taxation. Edward had placed a levy on lay property and also demanded a subsidy from the clergy. They agreed only reluctantly, insisting that although they wished to obey the king, they did not dare violate papal commands. This dispute led to severe measures. The goods and granaries of the Archbishop of Canterbury were confiscated, even the horses kept for his riding. Ecclesiastics were stripped of royal protection and their property was handed over to lay control. Yet the chronicler insists that this rash action was swiftly rebuked by God. On the eve of the purification, 2 disasters were reported. English forces suffered defeat in Gascony, where important leaders were captured, and supplies that had been prepared and shipped for the campaign were lost at sea. To one elderly and thoughtful observer, this was no coincidence. He remembered a similar moment from the reign of Henry, Edward's father, when church wealth had been seized under the excuse of aiding the crusading cause. At that time, Bishop Robert Grosseteste had reportedly fallen asleep during an ordination service, only to awake with a vision of catastrophe. He declared that extortion from the church had brought ruin upon Christian arms overseas. Later, news had confirmed his fear. The lesson, in the mind of the chronicler, was obvious. Wealth taken unjustly from the church invited divine punishment. Even so, Edward did not back down. He ordered a wider inquiry so that hidden hoards of gold, silver, brass, wool, cups, spoons, and other goods found in monasteries or church houses could be inventoried and seized for the crown. Amid these turbulent times, another alarming figure appeared, a man named Galfrid, whom the chronicler portrays as a heretic, magician, and enemy of the faith. He moved secretly from house to house, speaking of destiny and the stars, revealing hidden thefts and mishaps, and impressing the weak-minded with his apparent powers. Yet he despised church teaching and avoided the sacraments. For 16 years he had refused communion, and when he fell mortally ill, he still would not confess. 2 Franciscan friars stood beside his bed in his final moments, urging him to seek mercy and at least to speak the name of Jesus. But he would only whisper miserere before dying. The chronicler offers this grim scene as a warning about the fate of those who cling to error to the very end. He also pauses to mention unrest in Rome itself. A severe scarcity had struck the city, and the hungry people, knowing that church stores were kept in the capital, broke in and plundered the grain and salt. In the chaos, many were crushed to death. At the same time, anger flared because the Pope had appointed a senator against the people's wishes. The crowd threatened to burn the papal palace and assault the Pope himself, and only the intervention of a cardinal prevented outright disaster. It was another sign, in the chronicler's eyes, of a world growing increasingly unstable. That instability soon deepened in Britain. In London, churchmen gathered once more to decide what they would grant the king. Some bishops, without the archbishop's knowledge, had already compromised with royal power. One abbot who had done so was publicly rebuked and so shaken by the encounter that he retired to his lodging, suffered what seems to have been a fatal collapse, and died before he could eat. Again, the chronicler treats this as a moral lesson, comparing the man's fall to the biblical punishment of deceit in matters of money. Then the scene shifts decisively north. Only 6 months after the Scots had renewed their oaths of loyalty to Edward, rebellion rose again. At the centre of it, according to the English chronicler, stood Robert Wishart, Bishop of Glasgow, and James the Steward. They did not openly lead the revolt at first. Instead, they brought forward a violent man, William Wallace, described here as a former chief of brigands, and encouraged him to gather support against English rule. Around the time of the Nativity of the Virgin, the rebellion became visible. When the English prepared to move a great army against it, the steward treacherously advised that such force was unnecessary, offering instead to deal with Wallace by taking only a small picked band. The result was disaster. The English were lured to the bridge at Stirling, where the Scottish army waited on the far side. The Scots allowed only part of the English force to cross before blocking the bridge and cutting them down. Among the dead was Hugh de Cressingham, the English treasurer, whose corpse was mutilated in a way the chronicler records with horror. The Earl of Warenne escaped only with difficulty. After that victory, the Scots entered Berwick and killed the few English they found there. Then they swept south into Northumberland, burning, plundering, and killing as they went, reaching close to Newcastle before turning aside and ravaging the region of Carlisle as well. They destroyed what they could, withdrew, and then came back to destroy even more thoroughly what had been spared. Yet, despite all this, they were still unable to take the major castles either in England or in Scotland. Before Lent, in Edward's absence in Gascony, the English earls and barons tried to answer the crisis. They surprised the Scots at Roxburgh, forcing them to flee, and later took Berwick. But once the English withdrew, the Scots returned by night and burned towns such as Roxburgh and Haddington, leaving little shelter for any English army that might advance into Scotland. Lacking provisions, the English soon had to retreat again, leaving only a small garrison at Berwick. When the Scots realised how abruptly the English had withdrawn after Easter, they launched a broader campaign against the castles held by English forces. Through starvation and siege, they recovered nearly all of them, sparing only a few strongholds like Roxburgh, Edinburgh, Stirling, and Berwick. Even when terms of surrender had promised life, limb, and safe conduct, Wallace, the chronicler says, did not keep faith. Soon afterward, a truce was arranged between England and France, and Edward himself returned to his kingdom. Learning how far rebellion had spread during his absence, he gathered a new army and marched into Scotland. On the Feast of Mary Magdalene, the two sides met at Falkirk. There, Wallace commanded the Scottish host, relying heavily on masses of foot soldiers, armed with long pikes and formed in dense ranks. But the English army was dominated by armoured cavalry. Moving around the Scottish formations and attacking from the flanks, the English horsemen shattered the resistance. Scottish cavalry fled early, and the infantry, though they stood and fought stubbornly, suffered appalling losses. Medieval writers give wildly enormous numbers, but all agree that the slaughter was severe. English losses among the nobility were tiny by comparison. With the battle won, Edward's army marched across the country and back again, devastating what the Scots had left intact. Yet winter once more limited what could be achieved. The king sent many nobles home, kept watch on the border for a time, and then withdrew south before Christmas. The chronicler cannot resist ending that phase of the war with triumphal verses praising England and condemning the Scots as faithless, treaty-breaking enemies. His language is full of fury, religious certainty, and political contempt. He presents Berwick, Dunbar, and Falkirk as proofs of English superiority, and Wallace as the embodiment of treason, slaughter, fire, and plunder. That tone continues as events move into the next years. Edward later strengthened his ties with France by marrying Margaret, sister of the French king. Important churchmen died and were replaced. The Pope demanded that John Balliol be handed over to papal custody, and Edward complied. Another campaign followed. While marching north, the King's Queen gave birth to a son, Thomas, in the region of Brotherton, giving the child the name by which he would later be known. But this expedition achieved little. The Scots continued to avoid open battle, hiding in marshes and forests, and Edward's army eventually returned to England without a decisive result. In the following year, Edward came again to Carlisle with great nobles of the realm. From there, he moved through Galloway as far as the Water of Cree. He captured Caerlaverock Castle, handed it over to Robert de Clifford, and hanged many of those found inside. It was also the year of Jubilee in Rome, when indulgences drew penitents in great numbers. At the same time, diplomatic struggle intensified. Embassies from England and France appeared before the papal court, each pressing their claims. Edward's government was fighting not only with armies, but with documents, envoys, and arguments over sovereignty. The confrontation reached a new level when Pope Boniface claimed that Scotland belonged by ancient right to the Church of Rome and demanded that Edward stop interfering there. The King's Parliament answered with anger and refused to accept papal interference in the temporal affairs of the English crown. Even so, the war continued. Edward divided his forces, sending one army west under the Prince of Wales while he himself advanced from Berwick. Once again the Scots avoided battle, preferring retreat, skirmishing, and the seizure of supplies. Realising that victories gained in summer would be lost in winter unless he remained, Edward decided to stay in Scotland through the cold season. That prolonged occupation brought the Scots closer to submission than before, though it did not finish the struggle. Meanwhile, Europe beyond Britain was also in turmoil. The French suffered a shocking defeat at the hands of the Flemings, whose infantry stood firm against mounted knights and slaughtered many nobles. Pope Boniface, so feared for his force of character, soon found himself humiliated as conflict with the French crown deepened. He had declared the German king emperor, partly to humble France, but the French answered him with accusations and political hostility. Then the Pope himself was seized and imprisoned by his enemies. Not long afterward he died, perhaps of grief. His successor, Benedict XI, reversed one of Boniface's decisions regarding the mendicant orders, but he too died soon after. Then came Clement V, under whom the papal court would eventually move to Avignon. In the background of the Anglo-Scottish struggle, the wider world of Latin Christendom was itself fragmenting under pressure. By the time Edward returned from Scotland in early autumn, William Wallace's fate was sealed. He had been captured through the action of a Scot, John de Menteith, and delivered to London. There he was condemned to the full traitor's death. He was dragged, hanged, cut down, disembowelled, beheaded and quartered. His head was displayed on London Bridge, and his severed limbs were sent to Newcastle, Berwick, Perth and Aberdeen. To English writers like the Lanercost Chronicler, this was justice carried out upon a destroyer of churches and a butcher of men. To later generations, of course, Wallace would become something very different, a national martyr and symbol of resistance. But in this narrative there is no admiration, only hatred and the language of punishment. Yet Wallace's death did not end the war. Soon another, even greater figure stepped forward. Robert Bruce, Earl of Carrick, summoned John Comyn to meet him at the house of the Franciscan friars in Dumfries. There, in the church itself, Bruce killed Comyn and also Comyn's uncle. Afterward he moved quickly, taking castles and gathering support. On the feast of the Annunciation he was crowned King of Scots at Scone, and many nobles and common people joined his cause. Edward responded at once, strengthening Carlisle and Berwick and sending forces north to hold the border. Bruce, however, moved against Galloway when its people refused to join him, burning their lands and besieging one of their leaders in a lake stronghold until English forces from Carlisle forced him to withdraw. Elsewhere, troops from Berwick entered Scotland under Aymer de Valence and others, winning back some who had joined Bruce through fear and pursuing him beyond the Firth of Forth. Near Perth they fought his men, killed many, and scattered the rest. Bruce was driven into flight, but the struggle he had begun was only just starting. While Edward I gathered another army for war, he placed the campaign in the hands of his son, the same Edward he had recently knighted in London alongside 300 other young men. The prince was sent north in pursuit of Robert Bruce, with the Earl of Lincoln at his side to guide his judgment and restrain his inexperience. As they crossed into Scotland, they restored many people to the king's peace, but only on the condition that they would obey English law in every circumstance. Then they pushed deeper and deeper into the country, all the way to the farthest regions where Bruce was thought to be hiding. Yet the man they sought could not be found. He had vanished into the harsh and remote edges of the kingdom, always one step ahead. Since Bruce himself escaped them, the English turned their strength against the land. They seized castles one after another by force, and they punished with brutal severity those who had helped place Bruce on the throne. Men accused of supporting his coronation were dragged behind horses and then hanged. Among them were not only common followers, but knights, clerics, and churchmen who protested that they should be judged by ecclesiastical law. Their pleas did nothing to save them. Christopher Seaton, an Englishman who had married Bruce's sister, was executed, along with his brothers John and Humphrey and others tied to the same cause. Simon Fraser, once one of the great Scottish nobles, was taken to London, dragged, hanged and beheaded, and his head was raised on London Bridge beside that of William Wallace, as if England wished to display its triumph over rebellion in a row of severed faces. Leading churchmen were also swept up in the purge. The Bishop of St Andrews, who had once been entrusted by Edward as guardian of Scotland, was arrested after letters revealed that he had entered into friendship with Bruce. The Bishop of Glasgow, who had been one of the chief minds behind the rising, was taken as well, along with the Abbot of Scone, who had assisted at Bruce's inauguration. But while England punished those it could reach, Bruce himself survived beyond their grasp, hiding somewhere among the remote Western Islands. At this stage, Edward I was not yet in Scotland with the army. Age and sickness had reduced the old conqueror, and he could no longer move as he once had. Instead, he followed more slowly behind, travelling toward the border with Queen Margaret carried in a litter upon the backs of horses. By the feast of St Michael he reached the Priory of Lanercost, not far from Carlisle, and there he remained through the winter, lingering until the approach of Easter. Even from that retreat, however, the machinery of punishment continued. The Earl of Atholl, a kinsman of the king who had encouraged the faction that crowned Bruce, was captured and sent to London. There he too was drawn, hanged and beheaded, and because of his high birth his head was set above those of Wallace and Fraser on London Bridge, as if rank itself only made treason more offensive. Then came another dramatic episode in the war. On the eve of St Scholastica's feast, two of Bruce's brothers, Thomas and Alexander, joined Sir Reginald de Crawford and sailed into Galloway with a fleet of 18 ships and galleys. With them came an Irish petty king, the Lord of Kintyre, and a considerable following. Their purpose seems to have been vengeance against the men of Galloway, who had refused to support Bruce. But the invasion collapsed almost as soon as it began. Dougal MacDowell, a powerful leader among the Gallovidians, met them with the local forces, defeated them, and captured nearly all of them. Only a handful escaped in 2 galleys. MacDowell beheaded the Irish chief and the Lord of Kintyre, then sent their heads to Edward at Lanercost. Thomas Bruce, Alexander and Reginald de Crawford, all badly wounded in the fighting, were taken alive before the king. Edward condemned them without mercy. Thomas was dragged through Carlisle at the tails of horses, hanged and beheaded. The other 2 suffered the same fate. Their heads, together with those of the other slain leaders, were displayed over the gates of Carlisle, while Thomas Bruce's head was fixed upon the keep itself. Another brother, Nigel Bruce, had already been hanged at Newcastle. In this grim campaign, the English crown was not merely trying to defeat Bruce in battle. It was trying to erase his cause by terror, by example, and by the destruction of everyone connected to his rise. Yet even in the middle of war, diplomacy and religion continued to shape events. Around this same time, Cardinal Peter arrived in England as the Pope's envoy, charged with securing peace between England and France. By chance, both the Cardinal and Edward entered Carlisle on the same Sunday in Passiontide. A few days later, in the cathedral, before a great gathering of clergy and people, the Cardinal announced the object of his mission. He described the agreement already reached in principle between the Pope and the French king, if only Edward of England would accept it. The proposed settlement was dynastic as much as political. Prince Edward, heir to the English throne, was to marry Isabella, the daughter of the French king. But the ceremony of diplomacy was interrupted by a darker matter. William of Gainsborough, Bishop of Worcester, rose on the king's behalf and briefly recounted the murder of John Comyn. He asked the cardinal to grant indulgence for Comyn's soul and to pronounce sentence against those responsible for killing him in a church. The legate responded readily. He granted spiritual benefits to those who would pray for Comyn and then, having laid aside his ordinary clothing and put on full pontifical vestments, publicly denounced the murderers as excommunicated, accursed, and guilty of sacrilege, together with all who aided or sheltered them. The sentence spread across England and especially through the north, where the crime had taken place. Soon afterward, peace between the kings of England and France was publicly proclaimed, and it was announced that the prince would indeed marry the French king's daughter, in accordance with earlier papal plans. Meanwhile, Edward I continued to drift between illness, prayer and rule. Later that year, Queen Margaret came to Lanercost with her household, and the old king himself followed, remaining there for nearly half a year before moving to Carlisle, where he held a parliament with the great men of the realm. At Easter, Dougal MacDowell, the man who had broken Bruce's allies in Galloway, was knighted by the king's own hand. In that same week, John Wallace, another of William Wallace's brothers, was captured and sent south to London to suffer the same terrible death that had destroyed the more famous Wallace before him. Yet for all these executions, the movement behind Bruce did not die. If anything, it grew. The more England punished, the more men in Scotland seemed willing to risk everything for Bruce's kingship. This forced Edward to call once more upon the leading men of England and the Welsh infantry to gather at Carlisle for another invasion. But before that campaign could be launched, the old king's life came to an end. On the feast of the translation of St. Thomas of Canterbury, Edward I died at Burr-upon-Sands, only a few miles north of Carlisle. He had reigned for decades, and to English chroniclers he seemed the embodiment of martial kingship, fearless, relentless, and unmatched among Christian princes in courage and statecraft. His death marked not simply the passing of a man, but the closing of an age. He was mourned as the ruler who had broken Wales, humbled Scotland repeatedly, and carried the authority of the English crown with iron force. News of Edward's death was sent in haste to his son, who arrived at Carlisle 11 days later. The next day, he went to Burr to mourn over his father's body, in the presence of nobles and churchmen gathered in great numbers. On the day after that, at Carlisle Castle, the younger Edward received the fealty and homage of many of the leading men of England and was proclaimed king. So Edward II succeeded Edward I, but the chronicler already sees this succession as ominous. He compares it to the passing from Solomon to Rehoboam, suggesting that the son lacked the strength and wisdom of the father. While the old king's funeral arrangements were made, his body was carried southward with great ceremony. Offerings of wax and money were made in every church through which the procession passed, and especially in those where the body rested overnight. The new king accompanied the corpse for part of the journey, along with Anthony Beck of Durham, the nobles of England, and a vast company of secular and regular clergy, before returning to Carlisle to organise the Scottish war his father had left unfinished. There, even before the campaign resumed, the Earl of Dunbar came to him and made homage. Soon after, Edward II marched into Scotland, summoning the leading men of the country to appear before him at Dumfries and render the service they owed. He divided his army into 3 columns to search for Bruce, but just as before, Bruce could not be found. The English swept the country, appointed guardians in Scotland, and returned without the man they most wanted to crush. It was at this point that another force entered the centre of English politics. Not an army, but a man. Piers Gaveston arrived in grand style before the king. He had earlier been exiled by Edward I because of the improper closeness between him and the prince, who had spoken of him almost as a brother. The old king, with Parliament's support, had made Gaveston swear never to return to England. Yet now, the new king welcomed him back with open affection. Even before the country had settled into the new reign, Edward showered him with honours, granting him the earldom of Cornwall and the Isle of Man, and raising him above nobles of far older blood and greater service. England reacted with outrage. The nobility murmured against the king, and their anger quickly fixed upon Gaveston. The king's first major political acts only deepened this resentment. He arrested Walter de Langton, Bishop of Lichfield, one of the most experienced and respected servants of his father, and imprisoned him in Wallingford Castle. Many other men who had held office under Edward I were dismissed, and lesser men took their places. Some said there was cause against Langton because a great quantity of treasure had been found in his possession, more than had remained in the late king's treasury itself. But suspicion remained that Edward II's true motive was revenge, since Langton had played a leading part in urging Gaveston's earlier exile. In any case, the result was plain enough. Men began to see that the new reign would not be a continuation of the old one. It would be more unstable, more personal, and more vulnerable to favouritism. While Edward II was still finding his footing, Bruce was recovering his own. In Scotland, he and his followers were moving with increasing freedom, especially through Galloway. There, he imposed tribute on districts in exchange for sparing them from destruction. And because the number of his supporters had grown so large, resistance became increasingly difficult. The English administration in Scotland was failing to control the countryside. At the same time, a strange and unsettling death added to the atmosphere of uncertainty. William of Gainsborough, Bishop of Worcester, who had been sent abroad to help arrange the king's marriage, died beyond the sea while returning from France. Almost his entire household died with him. Because so many perished together, people whispered that they had been poisoned. Such rumours fitted the mood of the time, when diplomacy, faction, and suspicion hung over every part of public life. Soon Edward crossed to France and solemnly married Isabella at Boulogne, in the presence of her father and the leading men of that kingdom, as well as many English nobles. He brought her back to England and was crowned in London. But even the coronation, which should have been a moment of national unity, became another occasion for division. The leading men of the realm loudly protested against Gaveston and wanted him stripped of his earldom. Edward refused obstinately. The murmuring only grew louder. Everywhere people spoke ill of both the king and his favourite. The greatest lords of the kingdom agreed that Gaveston must once more be driven into exile. Among the leading voices were the Earl of Lincoln and the young Earl of Gloucester, though the situation was made more complicated by the fact that Gaveston had married Gloucester's sister through the king's favour. At a parliament held around Easter, it was agreed that Gaveston should leave all lands under English rule within 15 days. Edward appeared to consent, but he did not truly mean to obey. Gaveston remained, and the anger of the nobles hardened into organised pressure. Around Pentecost, the earls and barons came armed and in force to Northampton, where the king was staying with Gaveston, and there by fear and force they compelled the king to send his favourite away again. To make the sentence more serious, papal excommunication was procured against Gaveston, should he ever dare return. Officially, he was to sail from Dover and live abroad on a generous annuity. In reality, Edward secretly sent him instead to Ireland, giving him letters ordering that he be honoured there almost as if he were the king himself. He also loaded him with treasure and, according to rumour, even handed over blank charters sealed with the Great Seal, allowing Gaveston to fill in whatever grants he desired. In Ireland he was welcomed magnificently, a sign that Edward would rather bend law, oath, and public order than part willingly from the man he loved. At home, almost no one supported the king in this course except a small inner circle. A few barons and knights remained loyal to him, but the greater magnates turned against those men as deceivers of the king and traitors to the realm. At the same time, another crisis was erupting across Christendom. The Templars were accused in France of appalling crimes and heresies. Reports spread that the master of the order and many others had confessed to mock worship, contempt for the cross, unnatural vice, and other offences against the faith. Whether true or forced, the accusations had enormous consequences. The Templars in France were arrested, imprisoned, and stripped of their goods. Similar action followed in England while the Pope and clergy considered their fate. It was one more sign that the world around Edward's troubled reign was unstable from top to bottom. Kingdoms were divided, princes quarrelled with their barons, Scotland rebelled, and even one of the most famous military orders in Christendom, seemed to be collapsing in disgrace. Bruce took full advantage of the disorder in England. With his brother Edward Bruce, Alexander Lindsay, Robert Boyd, James Douglas and other companions from the western and northern fringes of Scotland, he swept again into Galloway. This time, they ignored earlier tribute arrangements and struck with devastating force, killing many of the local gentry and making almost the whole district subject to them. Refugees fled into England. Some even believed that Edward II, so desperate in his domestic struggles, might have been willing to make terms with Bruce on favourable conditions, if only he could thereby strengthen himself against his own barons. Whether or not that was true, some sort of temporary accommodation was eventually patched together between the king and his magnates after Michaelmas, on condition that he would do nothing important without the advice of the Earl of Lincoln. But Edward was not finished trying to escape from baronial control. By gifts and promises, he gradually drew some earls and barons back toward his side. Early in the next Lent, papal and French pressure produced another diplomatic effort. Envoys were sent both to Edward and to Bruce. The message was simple in theory. Each side should keep only what it held at the previous feast of St. James, no more, and a truce should last until All Saints. But Bruce did not give back what he had already taken. On the contrary, he continued pressing forward whenever he could. In the summer, Edward held Parliament again at Northampton, and to the dismay of much of England, Gaveston, through the king's private manoeuvring beforehand, was restored in the earldom of Cornwall. The barons only accepted this on the condition that he should possess nothing else in the realm. Before this, the papal sentence of excommunication against him had already been suspended, and Englishmen had been released from any oaths that bound them against him. Thus, Gaveston returned openly from Ireland, once again armed with title, favour and royal backing. In the same Parliament, however, a fresh sentence of excommunication was read against Bruce and all who assisted him, showing that while England could not agree within itself, it still wished to cast the Scottish war in the language of holy justice. When the truce with Scotland expired, Edward sent forces north to hold the marches at Berwick and Carlisle. Yet local realities quickly overrode royal plans. Before the feast of St. Andrew, a temporary truce was arranged, with Bruce, first until shortly after Christmas, and then extended further into Lent and then towards summer. Practical necessity played a part in this. English armies were reluctant to invade Scotland before summer because there was too little fodder for horses in the earlier months. War in the north was never simply a matter of courage or royal will. It was governed by roads, weather, pasture, and supply. Around the Assumption, Edward came to Berwick with Gaveston and a few loyal earls, and he had the town strongly enclosed with a high wall and ditch. But even now the great nobles would not unite behind him. Fresh quarrels kept many of them from marching. Edward advanced into Scotland with those he had, looking again for Bruce, and once again Bruce refused battle and slipped away. The king returned to Berwick empty-handed. The moment he withdrew, Bruce counterattacked, invading Lothian and damaging those who remained in the English peace. Edward tried to pursue him with a small force while Gaveston held Roxburgh and Gloucester remained near Norham. Later, Gaveston himself was sent northward beyond the Firth of Forth toward Perth, in case Bruce should cross farther west to gather new support. The favourite moved through the territory as far as the Mount, receiving many people into peace. At the same time, Gloucester and Warenne rode through the great forest of Selkirk, bringing foresters and others under submission. On the surface, this looked like a functioning royal war effort. In reality, it masked how insecure English control still was, and how dependent the king had become on a man whom much of his kingdom hated. During these years, important deaths also changed the political balance. Henry, Earl of Lincoln, one of the oldest and most respected magnates of England, died. and the Earl of Gloucester took his place as guardian of England in the king's absence. Anthony Beck, the formidable Bishop of Durham and Patriarch of Jerusalem in title, also died and was buried with extraordinary solemnity at Durham. The succession of Richard of Kelso to the see soon followed. Then another dangerous moment came when Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, arrived in Scotland to do homage for the earldom of Lincoln, which had come to him through his wife. Because the king was at Berwick, Lancaster was advised not to cross outside the realm to make homage, and Edward at first refused to cross back to him. Tension rose sharply. Lancaster held several great earldoms and had come with 100 knights besides his foot soldiers. Civil war seemed a real possibility. Only at the last moment did Edward choose moderation, crossing the Tweed to meet Lancaster at Haggerston. There, the two greeted each other outwardly with warmth and repeated kisses. Yet the hostility beneath the ceremony was still there. Gaveston was present, and Lancaster would neither kiss him nor even salute him. Gaveston, predictably, took deep offence. The kingdom was drifting into a situation where every gesture carried political weight and every insult threatened wider conflict. Meanwhile, the Templars in England were formally tried on the charges already raised in France. At York, they denied them, though in London 3 confessed. And while these ecclesiastical scandals unfolded, pressure continued to build on the king from another direction. 2 years earlier, he had agreed, under his Great Seal, to submit to the guidance of a body of earls and bishops, who were to advise him and reform the governance of his household and kingdom. Now, the term appointed for their work had ended. The great men of the realm therefore summoned him back to London to hear what they had ordained for his honour and the welfare of the kingdom. Edward went unwillingly. In that parliament the ordinances were publicly announced and judged by many to be beneficial, both for crown and community. Among their most famous provisions was the renewed order that Gaveston leave England forever within 15 days after Michaelmas. He was to be no earl, to hold no place of authority in any land under the English crown, and anyone who received or sheltered him in England after that date was to fall under excommunication, solemnly pronounced by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Gaveston, by now, had grown so arrogant in royal favour that he openly insulted the great nobles. He called the Earl of Warwick the Black Dog of Arden. When Warwick heard of it, he is said to have replied calmly that if Gaveston called him a dog, then one day he would bite. But while the political storm over Gaveston reached this new height, Bruce struck again. Seeing clearly that the king and the nobles of England were distracted by quarrels far to the south, he gathered a large force and crossed the Solway into England just before the Feast of the Assumption. He burned the lands of the Lord of Gilsland, devastated Haltwhistle, and ravaged much of Tynedale before returning to Scotland 8 days later with a vast herd of stolen cattle. Few men were killed unless they resisted, but the destruction was immense. Soon after, around the Nativity of the Virgin, Bruce invaded again, this time driving into Northumberland. He passed through Harbottle, Holystone, and Reddersdale, then ravaged the district around Corbridge and spread destruction through the valleys of the North and South Tyne, laying waste even what had been spared before. This second raid lasted longer and was bloodier than the first. The English wardens on the march simply could not stop a Scottish force of that size. In desperation, the people of Northumberland sent envoys to Bruce and bought a short truce from him for a huge sum of money. Other districts under English obedience were also heavily taxed to secure brief periods of peace. The chronicler notes something especially striking about these wars. Scotland itself was deeply divided. Fathers fought on one side while sons fought on the other. Brothers were split between English and Scottish allegiance. The same man might appear first in one camp and then in the other. Yet, he says, those who outwardly served England often did so only from necessity. to protect lands they held in English territory, or because English power seemed stronger at the moment. Their hearts, he insists, remained with their own nation. It is a sharp observation, and perhaps one of the most revealing in the whole narrative. The English could command obedience, but not loyalty. At the same time, the wider church was reshaping itself. From Michaelmas until the spring, Pope Clement held the Great Council at Vienne with cardinals, patriarchs, archbishops, and bishops from across Christendom. There, the Order of the Temple was formally abolished, no longer to exist as an order at all. New constitutions were enacted, later gathered under the next pope. This great council stands in the background of the British struggle, a reminder that the crisis of kingship, war, and authority was not confined to one island kingdom. Everywhere old structures were under pressure. And so the story returns once more to Gaveston. He left England within the appointed time and went to Flanders. Yet he was not welcome there. The French king, who detested him and believed that Edward cared too little for Isabella because of him, used his influence against him. Unhappy abroad, Gaveston returned secretly to England. The king immediately received him and took him north to York. There, because the royal finances had been crippled by baronial resistance, they plundered town and countryside for expenses. When the threat from the barons increased, Edward tried to move Gaveston into Scarborough Castle, but the constable refused to admit the king if Gaveston came with him. So Edward turned instead toward Newcastle, and there again the town and surrounding country were despoiled. When Thomas of Lancaster heard what was happening, he moved suddenly and secretly through the wooded parts of England, avoiding the main roads, determined at last to bring the matter to a head. In the summer of that year, Robert Bruce was no longer a fugitive king hiding in the shadows. He moved openly with a large army, striking deep into territory that had once been firmly under English control. In August, his forces reached the monastery of Lanercost. For 3 days they occupied the place, seizing many of the canons and inflicting heavy damage. It was a moment that showed how far the balance of power had shifted. Even sacred ground was no longer safe from the violence of war. Yet Bruce, unlike some of his enemies, eventually released the captured clergy, suggesting that his campaign was driven as much by strategy as by destruction. At the same time, the conflict inside England itself was reaching a breaking point. Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, marched into Newcastle with a powerful force, determined to capture Piers Gaveston, the king's most controversial favourite. But the king and Gaveston had already fled, moving quickly to Tynemouth. When they learned Lancaster was close behind, they escaped by sea in a small open boat and made for Scarborough. There they found temporary safety. Edward soon separated from Gaveston, leaving him in the castle with a small force for its defence, while he himself moved inland toward Knaresborough and then to York. His hope was simple. If the castle were attacked, his movements might force the attackers to withdraw. But the plan failed completely. Lancaster, learning that Gaveston had been left behind, acted immediately. He surrounded Scarborough and pressed the siege with such force that Gaveston had no choice but to surrender. The terms of that surrender are unclear, but what followed is certain. Gaveston was placed in the custody of Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke. Yet even that did not save him. While Pembroke was absent, Gaveston was seized by Lancaster and Warwick and executed without trial. He was beheaded by the roadside near Warwick, an act that shocked the kingdom. This was no longer a political dispute. It was bloodshed among the highest ranks of the English nobility. Around the same time, an unusual event was recorded in the sky. On a summer morning, the sun darkened and appeared like a curved horn, pale and distorted. Gradually it returned to its normal form, but for a time it seemed to change colour, appearing green. Such signs were not ignored. To many, They were warnings, omens of disorder and divine judgment. While England was consumed by internal conflict, the northern frontier was left dangerously exposed. With no strong defence along the border, the Scots pressed forward again. They burned the town of Norham and carried off prisoners and livestock. The people of the borderlands, abandoned and desperate, began to buy their own safety. They paid Bruce large sums of money in exchange for temporary peace. The war was no longer being fought only with swords. It had become a system of tribute, fear, and survival. When news reached the king that Gaveston had been killed, his anger was immediate and intense. He began to think only of revenge. Aymer de Valence, feeling dishonoured that his prisoner had been taken and executed without his knowledge, now aligned himself fully with the king. Others followed, and the kingdom split more clearly into opposing factions. Edward summoned a parliament in London, possibly hoping to seize Lancaster and his allies, but the Earl was prepared. He arrived with a powerful force drawn from his vast lands and had no fear of confrontation. The king, seeing this, chose not to act openly. Instead, he delayed, prolonging discussions and buying time. Attempts at mediation were made, but they failed to bring real peace. Bruce watched all of this from the north, and he understood exactly what it meant. England was divided. Its king and nobles were at odds. It was the perfect moment to strike. Around the Feast of the Assumption, he gathered a large army and invaded England once again. His forces burned Hexham and Corbridge, ravaged the countryside, and moved freely without resistance. At one point, while camped near Corbridge, he sent a detachment as far as Durham. They arrived suddenly on market day, looted the town, set parts of it on fire, and killed those who resisted. The castle and the abbey were largely spared, but the message was clear. No place was truly safe. The people of Durham, fearing further destruction and seeing no help from the king, chose negotiation over resistance. They paid a heavy sum for a temporary truce. Other regions followed the same path. Northumberland, Westmoreland, Cumberland all sought to buy peace. Some paid in coin, others gave hostages when they could not meet the full demand. Bruce returned to Scotland not only with plunder, but with something far more valuable: control through fear and tribute. Meanwhile, efforts were made once again to restore peace within England. A papal envoy arrived with the brother of the French king, hoping to reconcile Edward with his barons. They spent days in negotiation, but nothing lasting was achieved. The divisions were too deep. During the winter, the king's fortunes seemed to improve slightly. A son was born to him, named Edward, continuing the royal line. Yet in Scotland, Bruce was thinking not of defence, but of conquest. Having forced much of the English border to submit through payment, he turned his attention to one of the most important strongholds in the north: Berwick. In a daring night attack, he attempted to take the town by scaling its walls. His men used ingenious rope ladders, fitted with wooden steps and iron hooks, carefully designed to grip the stone. The plan was bold and might have succeeded, but it was undone by something entirely unexpected. A dog began barking, alerting the defenders. The alarm spread, and the attackers were forced to abandon their attempt. The ladders were left behind, later displayed by the defenders as trophies of the failed assault. The chronicler compares this moment to the ancient story of geese saving Rome, as if to suggest that even the smallest creature can change the course of history. Bruce did not dwell on the failure. He moved swiftly to another target: the town of Perth. This time, the attack succeeded. Under cover of darkness, his men scaled the walls and entered the town, catching the defenders unprepared. The town fell, and Bruce ordered its destruction. Those among the population who were considered enemies were killed, while others were allowed to leave. It was a calculated act, meant to remove a stronghold that could be used against him in the future. Back in England, political tensions continued to shape events. The death of the Archbishop of Canterbury led to a controversial appointment, widely criticised as unworthy. Many blamed the king for interfering in the church and promoting unsuitable men. This only added to the growing resentment against him. As the truce on the border expired, Bruce prepared once again to invade. The people of northern England, still without protection, offered him even larger sums of money to secure peace for another year. The situation had become almost routine. Instead of defending the land, the English were paying their enemy to spare it. At the same time, Gaveston's body remained unburied, lying with the friars, who continued to pray for his soul each day. It was a grim symbol of the unfinished conflict within the kingdom. Soon after, Bruce's campaign intensified. He captured Roxburgh Castle by night, using ladders once again, and then destroyed it completely to prevent its future use by the English. Edinburgh Castle fell in a similar way. While defenders focused on one side, attackers climbed the cliffs on another and overwhelmed them. The castle was taken and then demolished. Bruce was not just winning territory, he was erasing English power from the land. Finally, he turned his attention to Stirling, one of the last major English strongholds in Scotland. There, he laid siege, drawing the conflict toward its decisive moment. In response, Edward II gathered a massive army. Great lords joined him, bringing knights and soldiers in large numbers. It was an impressive force, perhaps one of the strongest England had assembled. Yet not all supported him. Some of the most powerful earls stayed behind, still in dispute with the king. The army that marched north was large, but it was not united. As Edward advanced, he did not follow the careful traditions of his father. He did not visit shrines or seek blessings. Instead, he moved with display and confidence, taking supplies as he went and ignoring the spiritual customs that had once guided English kings. To some, this was a sign of arrogance. To others, it was a warning. By late June, his army approached Stirling, where Bruce waited. The two forces were about to meet. On the eve of battle, an English detachment attempted to maneuver around a wooded area to cut off the Scots, but they advanced too far ahead of the main force. The Scots struck suddenly, isolating them and driving them back. Panic began to spread. The next day, the armies faced each other fully. English cavalry charged forward, but they rode straight into dense formations of Scottish spearmen. The clash was devastating. Horses fell, spears shattered, and the advance halted. Those behind could not move forward, and those in front could not break through. The army became trapped in its own formation. Then came the collapse. Unable to advance or regroup, the English began to retreat. What followed was chaos. Men fled in all directions. Many were cut down. Others drowned in the waters of Bannockburn as they tried to escape. The defeat was complete. The king himself fled the battlefield with a small group, eventually reaching Dunbar and escaping by sea. Others fled toward Carlisle, only to be captured along the way. Some were even taken prisoner by ordinary people. Great lords were captured and held for ransom. The entire army dissolved into confusion and defeat. Around this time, the King of France passed away, and not long after, a new wave of chaos swept across the borderlands. Scottish forces, led by Edward Bruce, James Douglas, and other powerful nobles, marched into northern England with a large and well-organised army. Ignoring the fragile peace that had been in place, they moved through Northumberland, burning villages, seizing livestock, and capturing anyone they could for ransom. Only the castles stood firm against them, as most of the population either fled south or hid deep in the forests. When they reached the lands of Durham, the destruction slowed, not out of mercy, but because the people paid heavily to spare their homes. Even so, the Scots left with immense spoils, driving away herds of cattle and prisoners alike, before pushing further into the region of Richmond, where they met little resistance. Their advance carried them as far as the River Tees, and some, rode beyond the town of Richmond itself, though they did not attempt to take it. Eventually, the army regrouped and began its return through the valleys and rugged passes, carrying with them vast amounts of plunder. Along the way, towns were set ablaze, crops were trampled underfoot, and entire communities were left in ruin. Prisoners were taken in large numbers, their freedom dependent on the heavy ransoms that would later be demanded. Fear spread so widely that even distant regions chose to pay tribute in advance, hoping to avoid the same fate. As these raids continued, political tensions within England began to ease temporarily. Agreements were reached among the king and his nobles, and some high-ranking prisoners were exchanged between the two kingdoms. Yet even these moments of negotiation were overshadowed by the ongoing devastation. Many captives were only released after enormous sums were paid, further draining the already struggling regions of the north. Meanwhile, Scottish influence expanded deeper into English territory. Areas like Tynedale submitted to the Scottish king, while raids continued across Northumberland and Cumberland. Entire counties were forced to pay tribute simply to avoid destruction. Emboldened by their success, the Scots began to look beyond England. In the spring, they launched a bold expedition across the sea into Ireland. Led by Edward Bruce and supported by strong forces, they landed and quickly gained ground, capturing towns and territories. With the support of some local allies, Edward Bruce was even declared king in Ireland, marking a dramatic expansion of Scottish ambition. Back in England, the pressure did not ease. Scottish forces returned again to raid Durham, plundering coastal towns and carrying off more wealth. Soon after, King Robert himself led a large army to besiege the city of Carlisle. For 10 days, the city endured relentless attacks. The Scots used siege engines, ladders, and various tactics to break through the defences, launching assaults on multiple gates at once. They attempted to fill the defensive ditches, build moving bridges, and even deploy large siege towers to overtop the walls. Yet the defenders held firm. Arrows, stones, and other weapons rained down from the city walls, repelling every attack. Despite their determination, the Scottish efforts failed. Their siege engines became stuck in the muddy ground, their ladders were thrown back, and their attempts to undermine the walls proved useless. On the final days, they launched a full-scale assault, attacking from all sides in a desperate effort to break through. But the defenders resisted with equal strength, and the attackers suffered heavy losses. In the end, whether due to approaching English forces or the realization that victory was out of reach, the Scots withdrew suddenly, abandoning their equipment and retreating north. Even after this setback, the conflict continued. Scottish forces attempted surprise attacks, including a nighttime assault on Berwick, but were again repelled. Raids resumed the following year, reaching deep into English lands once more. Entire regions were burned, and towns were forced to buy their survival with large sums of money. In some places, nothing remained untouched. At the same time, a far greater disaster struck both kingdoms. Famine and disease spread rapidly, bringing widespread suffering. Food became scarce and prices rose to extreme levels. Death became a common sight, and entire communities struggled to survive. Yet even in the face of such hardship, warfare did not cease. King Robert later sailed to Ireland himself to support his brother's campaign. Moving freely through much of the land, though he struggled to capture fortified towns. Back in England, internal divisions weakened resistance further. Distrust between the king and his nobles prevented coordinated action, allowing Scottish forces to continue their raids with little opposition. Amid this turmoil, strange and unsettling events were reported. A total eclipse of the moon darkened the night sky, followed later by an eclipse of the sun, adding to the sense that the world itself was in upheaval. Lawlessness also spread. as local knights and bands of outlaws took advantage of the chaos, plundering and terrorizing their own regions until they were eventually captured and punished. During the uneasy pause in the war, events in Europe continued to shift. Pope Clement V died, and a new pope, John XXII, was chosen to lead the Church. But while the wider Christian world adjusted to this change, the border between England and Scotland remained as unstable and dangerous as ever. In the middle of Lent, on a dark night in early April, the Scots struck one of the boldest blows of the war. Berwick, one of the most important towns on the frontier, fell not through open assault alone, but through betrayal from within. A man stationed on the walls, Peter of Spalding, was bribed with money and the promise of land. He allowed the attackers to climb the defences at the point under his watch, and once they were inside, the town was effectively lost. The English inhabitants were driven out, stripped of nearly everything they owned, though only a small number were killed in the initial seizure. It was a devastating humiliation, and the fall of Berwick opened the way for even deeper Scottish domination across the north. That same season, other strongholds also slipped from English control. Wark and Harbottle surrendered after help failed to arrive in time, and Mitford was captured by trickery. Before long, most of Northumberland had been brought under Scottish pressure as far as Newcastle, apart from a few castles still holding out. Even Berwick Castle, though it resisted stubbornly against the town now in enemy hands, eventually had to submit because its defenders ran out of food. While these military disasters unfolded, new ecclesiastical rulings were also arriving in England. Important papal decrees were brought in and discussed, including measures about church law and restrictions on clerics holding multiple benefices. These decisions mattered to churchmen and scholars. But on the northern frontier, such matters must have seemed distant beside the reality of fire, siege, and ruin. In May, the Scottish army pushed farther into England than usual, and this campaign left a deep scar across the land. They burned towns like Northallerton and Boroughbridge, then moved onward to Ripon. There, they stripped the place of its goods and forced those sheltering in the great church to buy safety with a huge payment, rather than see the town destroyed in flames. After remaining there for several days, the army advanced again to Knaresborough, which they wrecked with fire, then combed through the nearby woods where frightened people had hidden with their livestock. The cattle were taken, the refuge lost, and the invaders kept moving. Skipton in Craven was plundered and then burned, and the whole countryside suffered as the Scots crossed through it on their return northward. They drove away immense herds of cattle and forced prisoners, men and women alike, to accompany the march. The poor were made to move the stolen animals towards Scotland, and there was almost no resistance. These were not mere raids for glory, they were systematic acts of destruction, meant to weaken whole regions, impoverish communities, and remind northern England that it could no longer defend itself. Not long afterward, England witnessed a strange and deeply unsettling episode that revealed the weakness of royal authority and the bitterness many felt toward the king. Around midsummer, an obscure man named John of Powderham appeared at Oxford and declared that he, not Edward II, was the rightful heir to the English throne. He claimed to be the true son of the earlier King Edward and offered to prove his right by combat. The story spread quickly, and though many dismissed him, some foolish or discontented people were willing to listen. Their readiness to believe such a figure says much about the king's poor reputation. Edward II was widely criticised for his character, his tastes, and his conduct, and many believed he lacked the qualities expected of a ruler. When the pretender was brought before the king, Edward mocked him, greeting him as a brother, but the man answered boldly, denying any kinship and openly accusing the king of false rule. That defiance sealed his fate. The man was arrested, judged publicly, and sentenced to a terrible death. Yet when he saw the punishment prepared for him, he begged to speak and explained how he had been led into this madness. He claimed that an evil spirit had first appeared to him in dreams, promising him pleasure, success, and worldly reward, and that those promises had seemed to come true often enough to win his trust. Later, he said, the same force had come to him in human form and urged him to claim the crown, assuring him that he would prevail if challenged. He was told to go to Oxford, bring with him strange tokens, and declare his right before the people. The spirit, he said, had promised that many hearts would turn toward him, because the king was not deeply loved. At the last moment, abandoned and facing death, he admitted he had been deceived. Then he was executed. To many chroniclers, the story was a warning about pride, delusion, and the devil's power to mislead the desperate or foolish. To others, it also reflected a kingdom so unsettled that even wild fantasies could briefly find an audience. Later that year, the church renewed its attack on Robert Bruce. Cardinals still in England ordered that in solemn masses throughout the realm, he and all those who supported him were to be denounced repeatedly as excommunicated. He was branded infamous, deprived of honour, and his lands, along with those of his followers, were placed under ecclesiastical penalties. Those who supported him, even in the next generation, were to suffer restrictions in holding church office. Scottish clergy and religious who favoured him were threatened in the same way. Yet none of this had the effect its authors hoped for. The Scots showed little concern for papal censures. They ignored the condemnations and continued their campaigns. To English churchmen this seemed shocking and rebellious, proof of a people hardened against the authority of the church. But in practical terms, the sentences changed little. Armies still marched, towns still burned, and the war continued according to force rather than decree. In Ireland, meanwhile, the great Scottish adventure was approaching disaster. Edward Bruce, who had been raised up as a rival king there, gathered his Irish supporters and a newly arrived Scottish force and moved toward Dundalk, hoping to strengthen his hold over the country and press harder against English power. But this campaign ended in catastrophe. His army was divided, and its separate groups were too far apart to support one another. Local opposition, even from men of humble rank, fell upon them in succession. One part was destroyed before the next could intervene, and then the second was beaten before the third. With Edward himself could make a difference. Finally, his own force was routed as well. Edward Bruce was killed and his head cut off after death. His body was divided and sent to the chief towns of Ireland. What had once looked like the beginning of a powerful Scottish expansion across the Irish Sea collapsed suddenly in blood and failure. Soon after, the war drew both kingdoms again toward Berwick. By 1319 it seemed, for a moment, that King Edward of England and the Earl of Lancaster had reached some kind of working agreement. Together they led a large army into Scotland and laid siege to Berwick. The first attack was fierce and nearly successful. English troops pressed so hard that some of the defenders lost heart and fled toward the castle. For a moment it looked as though the town might fall, but the English assault lost momentum and the defenders recovered. They regrouped on the walls, fought back with determination, and managed to burn the great siege engine that had been brought forward to undermine the defences. Once again, a promising English effort began to stall. At the same time, the Scots answered with the strategy that had served them so often before. Rather than risk a direct confrontation with the main English army, Thomas Randolph and James Douglas led a force into England itself. They burned the countryside, seized captives, and carried off cattle, driving as far south as Boroughbridge. Their movement caused panic in York. There, a force was hastily assembled under Archbishop William de Melton and the Bishop of Ely, along with a large crowd of clergy, religious men, townsmen, and others with little real experience of war. They marched out against the Scots near Myton, north of York. but they were badly organised and advanced in disorder across the fields. The Scots, seeing this confused host approaching, formed up in their usual compact fighting order and let out a terrifying shout. The English line broke almost at once. Then the Scots mounted and pursued them mercilessly. Clergy and laymen alike were cut down. Thousands were killed, many were drowned in the nearby river, and many others were taken prisoner and carried off for ransom. The disaster became infamous, remembered as a bitter humiliation in which an army of churchmen and townsmen was shattered by hardened raiders. When Edward II, still engaged in the siege of Berwick, heard what had happened in Yorkshire, he faced a miserable choice. He considered dividing his army, sending one part back into England, while keeping the siege in place, but his nobles opposed it. They did not want their forces split, and they did not want to risk battle under such conditions. So the siege was abandoned, and the king led his army back into England, hoping to intercept the Scottish raiders. But the Scots had already slipped away through the western routes, driving their captives and stolen cattle back into Scotland by way of the passes and valleys they knew so well. The king dismissed his army, and once again a major English campaign had ended, without decisive success. The suffering did not stop there. Later that same year, the Scots invaded again under Randolph and Douglas, this time striking after the harvest had been gathered into barns. That timing made the blow even harsher. In places like Gilsland, they burned not only houses but also the grain that the people depended upon for survival through the year. Men and cattle were driven away together. From there, they ravaged lands around Stainmore and passed through Westmoreland, leaving destruction behind them. After some days, they turned through part of Cumberland, burning as they went and returning north with another vast spoil. These repeated raids show just how helpless the northern counties had become. Warfare here was not a matter of one great battle followed by peace. It was a cycle of fear, loss, ransom, and ruin, repeated year after year until whole districts were exhausted. Before Christmas, wiser heads on both sides finally arranged another truce, meant to last 2 years, and it was proclaimed on the border at the beginning of the new year. Yet even peace could not spare the land from suffering. Disease and cattle plague, which had already afflicted southern England, spread into the north. Oxen and cows sickened and died quickly in great numbers, so many that there were too few left for ploughing, and people had to use horses instead. Strange signs were also reported. Large numbers of dead fish washed ashore and were not touched by man, beast, or bird. In the south, birds were said to fight each other fiercely and then fall dead in unusual numbers. Many saw in these events divine punishment, or ominous warnings of worse to come. Such reports reveal the atmosphere of the time, a world already shaken by war, famine, disease, and political disorder, now interpreting natural disturbances as messages from heaven. Papal denunciations against Robert Bruce continued, but he ignored them as before. Then came another dark and disturbing rumour from beyond England. Across much of Europe, lepers were accused of being hired to poison Christian waters. Whether born from fear, hatred, or panic, these accusations led to terrible acts of violence. In this same troubled age, suspicion and cruelty moved easily through frightened societies. England itself was descending into a new crisis, this time not only with Scotland, but within its own ruling class. In the summer of 1321, a number of powerful English nobles, including Humphrey de Bohun, John de Mowbray, and Roger de Clifford, moved into the Welsh marches and seized the castles of Hugh Despenser the Younger. Despenser had become the king's closest advisor after the fall of Gaveston and was deeply hated. The anger against him was not just political. He had married into the great Gloucester inheritance and, through greed, manipulation and influence over the king, was believed to have pushed aside the rights of others so that he might dominate the whole estate. The barons who rose against him looted his castles, seized treasure and supplies, and placed their own men in control. They even took royal castles in the region, though they insisted they were acting not against the crown itself, but in defence of the law and the realm from corrupt counsel. Behind much of this unrest stood the Earl of Lancaster, whose hostility toward Despenser and the king had become central to English politics. The pressure became so great that the king was forced to hold a parliament in London and submit to the demands of his opponents. Hugh Despenser, the younger, along with his father and son, was banished and his property was confiscated. But the settlement did not last. Once the truce with Scotland ended, after Epiphany in 1322, Scottish armies were back in England, raiding into Durham and spreading out through the countryside. The Earl of Moray remained at Darlington, while James Douglas and the Steward of Scotland plundered in different directions, reaching toward Hartlepool, Cleveland, and Richmond. Once again, the people of Richmond, unable to rely on defence from their nobles, paid a heavy sum to buy the invaders off. During this crisis, Northern knights went to Lancaster at Pontefract, ready to fight the Scots if he would support them, but he avoided action. He had no desire to take up arms, in defence of a king who was now his open enemy. As the months passed, Edward II slowly regained the initiative. By gifts, promises, and political manoeuvring, he won over London and many of the magnates and gentry of the south. He recalled the Despensers and restored them to favour. Their return made the coming conflict unavoidable. Lancaster's party responded by laying siege to the royal castle of Tickhill, and the kingdom moved openly into civil war. The king gathered a massive army south of the Trent, while Lancaster and Hereford tried to oppose him. But when the two sides came into motion near Burton-upon-Trent in the second week of Lent, Lancaster's forces quickly lost cohesion and fell back. The royal army advanced steadily, and though there was little large-scale slaughter at this stage, Lancaster's cause was clearly weakening. He withdrew north toward Pontefract and then farther on, hoping perhaps to find new support or even to reach Scotland. At this critical moment, Andrew de Harcla, the Sheriff of Carlisle, acted with speed and skill. Believing Lancaster might attempt to join forces with the Scots against the king, he summoned armed men from Cumberland and Westmoreland and moved south. Learning that Lancaster's army was approaching Boroughbridge, Harcla marched by night and seized the key crossing before the rebels arrived. He dismounted his men, placed knights and pikemen at the north end of the bridge, stationed others in dense formation opposite the ford, and arranged his archers for constant fire. It was a disciplined defensive position, carefully chosen. When Lancaster and Hereford arrived, they found the crossing already held against them. The battle that followed was short but decisive. Hereford and Roger de Clifford led the assault on the bridge, charging boldly with their men. But as they pressed forward, they were met by a deadly hedge of pikes. Hereford was struck down and killed almost immediately, along with several others near him. Clifford was badly wounded and barely escaped. At the ford, Lancaster's mounted men could make no progress under the storm of arrows. Unable to cross either by bridge or water, the rebel attack collapsed. Their whole formation lost order, and the chance of recovery vanished. Lancaster asked for a truce until morning, offering either battle or surrender the next day. Harcla agreed but kept his men ready through the night. By morning, the rebel army had begun to melt away. Many of Hereford's men had fled after their lord's death, and others deserted as hope disappeared. Lancaster, Clifford, Mowbray, and those still with them surrendered. Harcla took them as prisoners to York, where they were held to await the king's decision. Edward II was overjoyed. He had captured the man who had long stood as the greatest challenge to his authority. Lancaster was brought to Pontefract, his own stronghold, and there the king took revenge. Without the broader process of Parliament and under the influence of Lancaster's enemies, especially Hugh Despenser, sentence was passed. Lancaster was condemned to suffer a traitor's death, though part of the punishment was remitted because of his high birth and royal kinship. In the end, he was beheaded. So fell Thomas of Lancaster, one of the greatest nobles in England, a man of immense wealth, vast estates, and royal blood. He had held several earldoms and once stood at the centre of opposition to Edward II. Now he died outside Pontefract, on a hill like a common criminal, though many later viewed him in a very different light. Stories spread that miracles were worked at the place of his execution. Pilgrims came there in large numbers, and a chapel was built. Whether as rebel, martyr, or victim of vengeance, his death marked a turning point. Others died with him or soon after, including royal enemies executed in the same town. As for Andrew de Harcla, whose stand at Boroughbridge had broken the rebellion, he was richly rewarded and made Earl of Carlisle. For the moment, the king had triumphed over his enemies at home. But the wider troubles of the realm were far from over. After the fall of Thomas of Lancaster, the violence did not end with his death. The king and his allies moved quickly to crush the rest of the opposition, and the punishments that followed were severe enough to shock even hardened observers. More barons and knights connected to Lancaster's cause were hunted down, executed, imprisoned, or driven into exile. Some were dragged to execution and hanged in public. Others were locked away for a time and later released, and a few escaped overseas to save their lives. What stands out most is not simply the number of men destroyed in the aftermath, but the atmosphere of vengeance that surrounded it. This was no ordinary settling of accounts after a rebellion. It was a deliberate demonstration of royal power meant to terrify anyone who might still think of resisting the king and the men now closest to him. Among those captured were several prominent nobles who had stood with Lancaster, or were swept up in the same disaster. Some were executed in the districts most closely tied to their own lands, as if disgrace itself was being staged before the people who knew them best. Others were imprisoned in York along with large numbers of knights, many of whom would later receive pardons. At the same time, the political balance at court shifted sharply. The king held Parliament at York, and Hugh Despenser the Elder, once driven out of England, was raised to the rank of Earl of Winchester. That promotion was more than a reward. It was a sign that the Despenser family, after exile and humiliation, had returned more powerful than ever. Their restoration confirmed what many already feared. The king was not moving toward reconciliation, but toward a harsher and more exclusive style of rule, centred on personal loyalty and punishment. While England was consumed by executions and political revenge, religious controversy was also stirring across Europe. Churchmen argued over whether it was heretical to say that Christ and the apostles had owned no property, either individually or in common. The Dominicans took one side, the Franciscans another, and even among cardinals and learned men, there was no single answer. To ordinary people living through raids, famine, executions, and civil strife, these debates may have seemed distant, but they reveal a wider world in tension, where authority was being challenged, not only in politics and war, but in theology as well. England was not isolated from that turmoil. It was part of a much larger crisis in which kings, nobles, churchmen, and popes were all struggling over power, legitimacy, and truth. In the summer of 1322, Edward II prepared another campaign into Scotland. But before he could act with any real force, Robert Bruce once again seized the initiative and invaded England. This time the Scots crossed by way of Carlisle and quickly spread destruction through the western districts. They burned the bishop's manor at Rose, ravaged Allerdale, and even plundered Holm Cultram Abbey. despite the fact that Bruce's own father had been buried there. Then they moved through Copeland and crossed the difficult sands toward Furness. The abbot of Furness came out to meet them and paid a ransom in an effort to spare the district. But even that did not prevent further burning and plunder. The Scots kept moving, passing through Cartmel and across more dangerous crossings until they reached Lancaster itself. There they burned the town, sparing only a few religious houses. Then, joined by Thomas Randolph and James Douglas with another strong force, they pushed even farther south, devastating the countryside and burning Preston as well. Some raiders went still deeper into England, reaching an extraordinary distance from the border before the whole army turned back north with prisoners, cattle, and huge quantities of spoil. What made this invasion so striking was not only the scale of destruction, but the ease with which it unfolded. The Scots ranged far into English territory, lingered around Carlisle for days, trampled crops, destroyed what they could not carry, and then withdrew at their own pace. They remained in England for more than 3 weeks. Soon after, Edward II marched north with a very large army and entered Scotland. But the result was painfully familiar. The Scots would not give battle. They withdrew before him, avoiding open confrontation, and the English army found itself struggling with lack of supplies and disease. Before long, the campaign collapsed. The English had to retreat, not because they had been crushed in a great battle, but because hunger and sickness were tearing the army apart. Men died from famine and dysentery as surely as from any enemy weapon. It was another costly and humiliating failure. Then came one of the most dramatic Scottish invasions of the war. After Edward's retreat, Robert Bruce gathered a much greater force, drawing men not only from mainland Scotland, but from the islands as well. In the autumn he crossed into England again by the Solway and moved through districts he had not previously devastated, aiming at territory that had been spared more by difficulty of access than by any English strength. Edward, hearing of his approach, called on Andrew de Harcla, now Earl of Carlisle, to gather the northern forces and come to his aid. Harcla obeyed and assembled a very large body of men from the northwestern counties. But even this response failed to bring the kind of united resistance England needed, as the Scots burned villages and manors, seized captives, and drove away livestock. The English command structure remained weak and confused. At one point, John of Brittany, Earl of Richmond, was sent out with his division to observe the Scottish movements from the high ground between Byland and Rievaulx. Instead, he was caught by surprise. The Scots attacked through a narrow and difficult pass, forcing their way up with courage and determination. Many of the English fled, and many others were captured, including Richmond himself. The blow was serious enough, but what followed was even more damaging to Edward's reputation. The king, who was then nearby at Rievaulx Abbey, reacted not with calm command, but with panic. He fled in haste, leaving behind silver plate and treasure in the monastery. The Scots arrived soon after, seized the valuables and plundered the abbey. Then they swept onward across the countryside, reaching toward Beverley and forcing yet another town to buy safety with ransom money. Once again, England was exposed, its king unable to protect church, town, or countryside. Andrew de Harcla, moving with the northern levies in hopes of joining the king and driving the Scots out, found instead a scene of confusion and failure. With no proper royal army assembled and no clear plan to follow, he dismissed his men and sent them home. The Scots, meanwhile, returned to Scotland heavy with plunder, prisoners, and cattle after more than a month inside England. For Harcla, this seems to have been a turning point. He had served the king loyally and risen high through that service, but he now faced a reality that many in the north knew all too well. Edward II neither ruled effectively nor defended the frontier. Year after year, English lands were being burned, their people killed, captured, or ruined, while royal campaigns achieved almost nothing. In Harcla's eyes, the kingdom seemed to be drifting toward complete disaster. It was this fear that led him to make the most dangerous decision of his life. Early in 1323, he secretly met Robert Bruce at Lochmaben and entered into negotiations with him. The agreement they reached was extraordinary. Harcla pledged himself, his heirs, and his followers to support Bruce as king in a free and independent Scotland, and to oppose anyone who resisted such a settlement. In return, Bruce promised protection and support. The plan also envisioned a larger peace between the two realms. If the King of England accepted the arrangement within a year, there would be a religious foundation established in Scotland to pray for those slain in the wars. A great sum of money would be paid over time, and marriage ties might even be arranged between the two royal houses. Thomas Randolph swore to uphold the terms on Bruce's behalf, and Harcla swore in person for his own side. Written agreements were sealed, and for a moment it may have seemed to Harcla that he was doing what the king would not do, seeking a practical peace after years of ruin. Yet whatever his intentions, this was an act of breathtaking political risk. Harcla had made such a treaty without the consent of the king or of Parliament, and he had no legal authority to settle the fate of kingdoms on his own. When he returned, he summoned the leading men of his region to Carlisle and compelled them, more from fear than willingness, to swear support for the plan. Among many ordinary people in the north, the idea of peace on almost any terms was deeply attractive. Farmers, townsmen, and lesser folk who had suffered through endless raids were said to welcome the thought that Scotland might simply be left in peace, if it meant the borderlands could finally breathe again. But at court the reaction was very different. The king and his advisers were furious. To them, Harcla had not acted as a peacemaker. He had betrayed the crown, allied himself with an excommunicated enemy, and threatened to draw English subjects into open defiance of their own ruler. Once Harcla was declared a traitor, the crown moved swiftly. Anthony de Lucy was instructed to seize him by craft if possible, and promised reward if he succeeded. The arrest was carried out with speed and deception. Lucy and several armed companions entered Carlisle Castle under the appearance of ordinary business, while other men quietly secured the outer and inner parts of the stronghold. Then they confronted Harcla in the Great Hall, where he was sitting and dictating letters. Caught unarmed and taken by surprise, he had no chance to resist. He surrendered on the spot. There was a brief cry of treason within the household, and one porter was killed in the confusion, but the castle itself quickly passed into Lucy's hands. One of Harcla's men escaped and carried news of the arrest northward, but it was too late to save him. What followed gives this story a strangely tragic tone. In the hours after his capture, Harcla confessed repeatedly to priests and friars, speaking openly about his whole life. Those who heard him did not see a man corrupted by base treason in the ordinary sense. They appear to have judged that, whatever crime he had committed in law, his motives were not wicked in spirit. Perhaps he truly believed he was acting for the common good, trying to end a war that had become unbearable for the North. But good intention was not enough to save him. Within days, royal justices arrived, and sentence was delivered in the king's name. Harcla was stripped of his earldom and knighthood, condemned to be dragged through Carlisle, hanged, beheaded, disemboweled, and cut into quarters, with his remains to be displayed in different parts of the realm as a warning. His final behaviour made a deep impression on those who saw it. When the sentence was pronounced, he answered calmly that his body could be divided as they pleased, and that he commended his soul to God. As he was dragged through the town, he looked upward with clasped hands, and at the gallows he spoke to the crowd, explaining the purpose behind his treaty with the Scots. He did not deny what he had done. Instead, he tried to frame it as an attempt to save the realm from endless bloodshed. Then he underwent the full punishment. It was a brutal end for a man who, only a short time earlier, had been one of the king's great champions and had won fame by crushing Lancaster at Boroughbridge. His rise had been dramatic, but his fall was even more so. And just as quickly as he was destroyed, those who had arrested him were rewarded with lands and royal favour. At the same time, another major religious conflict was unfolding within the church. A papal bull declared it false and heretical to insist that Christ and the apostles had possessed no property at all. This ruling struck directly at ideas strongly associated with the Franciscans and their defence of apostolic poverty. One leading Franciscan appealed against the decision, and this dispute would continue to deepen in the years ahead. New papal letters followed, clarifying the issue, revoking earlier interpretations, and insisting that these rulings be taught publicly. Once again, the age was marked by struggle over authority at every level. Kings battled nobles, England battled Scotland, the Pope battled dissenting theological ideas, and across Europe no institution seemed fully secure. In 1323 and 1324, there were at least signs that exhaustion was finally pushing England and Scotland toward a more lasting pause. Representatives from both kingdoms met at Newcastle to discuss peace, or, at minimum, a longer truce. On the English side stood Aymer de Valence, Hugh Despenser the Younger, and other leading figures. On the Scottish side came the Bishop of St Andrews, Thomas Randolph, and others with full authority to negotiate. They quickly agreed on a truce of 13 years. When the arrangement became public, it was proclaimed in both kingdoms. Yet even this peace was cautious and limited. Because the Scots still lay under excommunication, ordinary trade and travel between the realms remained forbidden unless conducted under special written permission. Officials were appointed on both sides of the border to control such movement, and patrols watched the frontier closely. The war had paused, but the hostility had not truly vanished. Beyond the border, new tensions were also shaping English politics. The King of France moved against Gascony and other overseas possessions of the English crown because Edward II had failed to perform the expected homage for the lands he held there. In response, Edward sent his half-brother Edmund, Earl of Kent, with forces to defend those territories. Around the same time, changes in the English church continued. With the death of the Bishop of Carlisle and a disputed succession that was ultimately decided by papal appointment rather than local choice. These developments might seem separate from the wars of the North, but they formed part of the same larger picture. Edward II's realm was stretched in every direction, burdened by foreign threats, internal conflict, and deep mistrust among elites. Then, the story turned toward one of the greatest political dramas of the reign, the growing estrangement between Edward II and Queen Isabella. On the surface, her journey to France was supposed to help settle the dispute between the kings of England and France. But beneath that official mission lay a more personal and dangerous motive. Hugh Despenser the Younger, now the king's dominant advisor, was said to be working at the papal court to secure a divorce between Edward and Isabella. Men were sent to support this effort, and the Queen's own position was steadily undermined. Lands and revenues once granted to her were taken back. Her household was reduced. She was given only a restricted income to maintain herself and her court. Even worse, the wife of Hugh Despenser was effectively placed over her, controlling access and correspondence. Isabella was humiliated, watched, and stripped of the independence expected of a queen. Her resentment deepened, and her desire to go to France became not simply diplomatic, but strategic. Once in France, Isabella acted with far more intelligence and purpose than her enemies perhaps expected. She arranged for her son, the young Edward, heir to the English throne, to cross the Channel and perform homage to the French king for the English lands overseas. This would, in theory, smooth the dispute over Gascony and secure those territories. The prince was made Duke of Aquitaine, and the move gave Isabella a powerful new position. Yet even here, conflict followed. When the prince's agents attempted to take control of the lands in his name, the men already holding them for Edward II resisted. They would not yield authority, and disagreement broke out between the servants of the father and those of the son. What had begun as an attempt to resolve a foreign quarrel was turning into something much more dangerous: the beginning of an open split within the English royal family itself. And that is what makes this whole period so powerful in a documentary sense. It is not simply a tale of raids, executions, and treaties. It is the story of a kingdom unravelling under pressure from every side. The north was ravaged again and again by Scottish invasion. The king destroyed his domestic enemies with harsh and often vindictive justice. His own trusted commander tried to force peace and died as a traitor for it. Abroad, the papacy was locked in fierce disputes over theology and power. France was pressing English lands overseas. And within Edward's own household, resentment, humiliation, and political calculation were beginning to produce a crisis that would soon shake the throne itself. By the mid-1320s, England was no longer simply fighting Scotland. It was entering a far deeper breakdown, one that would soon transform the fate of the king, the queen, and the realm. As the crisis deepened, England filled with rumours. Word spread that Queen Isabella was preparing to return from abroad, not quietly, but with her son and with armed support, determined to take vengeance on the men who had dominated the kingdom in the king's name. At the centre of that hatred stood Hugh Despenser, the younger, his father, the Earl of Winchester, and Robert de Baldock, men widely blamed for the destruction of good government, the execution of Lancaster, and the misery that had overtaken the realm. Edward II understood the danger. He ordered the ports watched closely, fearing that the Queen might indeed cross the Channel with soldiers and allies. Yet even as the king tried to prepare, opinion within England was divided. Some believed Isabella had betrayed her husband and kingdom. Others believed she was acting for the safety of the realm, trying to remove the men whose influence had poisoned the crown. That uncertainty reveals how far the kingdom had already drifted from stability. Even the Queen's return could be seen at once as treason and as rescue. The king's government reacted with open hostility. Proclamations declared that if the Queen or even her son, the heir to the throne, entered England, they were to be seized as enemies. There were also reports that money had been sent to powerful men overseas in hopes of having Isabella and the young prince captured and handed over before they could act. But the plan failed. She was warned in time, and she found protection through the Count of Hainault. There, a new alliance was forged, one that would change English history. It was agreed that her son, the young Duke of Aquitaine and heir to England, would marry the Count's daughter. In return, support would be given to help the Queen and the Prince cross safely into England. It was a carefully judged political move, one that gave Isabella soldiers, legitimacy, and a continental partner at exactly the moment she needed them. When she finally landed on the eastern coast of England in September 1326, her force was not especially large. It was far smaller than the panic in England had suggested. She came with her son, with men from Hainault, with Roger Mortimer, who had once fled for his life, with Edmund Earl of Kent, the king's own brother, and with several others who had either been exiled or pushed aside in the years of Despenser rule. Yet numbers alone did not matter now. What mattered was momentum. Almost immediately, major figures began to join her cause. The Earl Marshal came over, Henry, Earl of Leicester, brother of the executed Thomas of Lancaster, joined as well. Soon other earls, barons, and much of the population in the south were moving in her direction. This was not simply an invasion, it was a political collapse happening in real time. The king still possessed the title and the crown, but support for his government was dissolving around him with astonishing speed. One of the clearest signs of that collapse came in London. The capital had long resented the king's circle, and especially those who had burdened the city with harsh demands and financial pressure. In that atmosphere of rage, the Bishop of Exeter, who was serving as treasurer and was deeply associated with the king's party, was seized by the people of London and brutally beheaded. The violence did not stop there. The crowd turned against the Tower of London, which held not only the wife of Hugh Despenser, but also a number of prisoners connected with Lancaster's old party. Men inside the tower, realizing what was happening and seeing which way the wind was blowing, surrendered it to the citizens. It was then placed in the hands of the king's younger son, John of Eltham, still only a boy, to hold in the name of his mother and brother. The symbolism of the moment was extraordinary. One centre of royal power had passed, not through formal command from Edward II, but through the force of public uprising and the growing authority of the Queen's faction. As Isabella's supporters pressed forward, the king's chief allies began to fall. Hugh Despenser the Elder, the Earl of Winchester, was captured at Bristol. His death was staged as both punishment and public humiliation. He was drawn in his coat of arms, a deliberate insult meant to dishonour not only the man but his lineage and reputation. Then he was hanged and beheaded. Soon after, the Earl of Arundel, another major supporter of the king and connected to the Despensers by marriage, was also captured and put to death. At the same time, the political map of England was being redrawn. Prisoners who had been held because of their loyalty to Lancaster were freed. Exiles were recalled. Lands and inheritances that had been taken away were restored. Men who had once been broken or driven out by Edward's government returned eagerly and gladly to the Queen's side. Isabella's movement was no longer merely a challenge. It was becoming a national reversal of the entire order that had governed England in recent years. Meanwhile, the hunt for the king himself continued. Henry of Leicester, Roger Mortimer, and John of Hainault drove westward in pursuit, determined to prevent Edward, Hugh Despenser the Younger, and Robert de Baldock from escaping overseas. Ireland was a particular fear. If the king reached it, he might gather forces there and perhaps even combine with Scottish support to return and plunge England into an even greater war. In desperation, Edward had already shown how far he was willing to go. Alarmed by Isabella's landing and the support gathering around her, he had reportedly made sweeping promises to the Scots, offering not only to recognise Scotland's freedom, but even to surrender northern English lands as the price of military help. It was a remarkable sign of weakness and confusion. The man who had never been able to defend the north now appeared willing to buy support by giving away what he had failed to protect. Yet even this desperate plan came to nothing. He could not reach Ireland. His following scattered. The king, who had once ruled all England, found himself wandering across Wales, houseless, anxious, and increasingly abandoned. At last, Edward was captured, along with Hugh Despenser the Younger and Robert de Baldock, before the end of November. The king was taken to Kenilworth Castle and held there under close guard. Hugh Despenser met a far more terrible end. He was executed at Hereford with the full force of the traitor's punishment. His body was cut apart and distributed to different cities, while his head was displayed in London. Robert de Baldock, as a cleric, was spared that sort of public execution, but he too was destroyed by the fall. He was imprisoned in Newgate and died there not long after. In a matter of weeks, the regime that had seemed so dominant had been broken. The king was a captive. His chief advisor was dead. His administrative right hand had died in prison. The government that had ruled England through fear, exclusion and vengeance had collapsed under the weight of its own unpopularity. After Christmas, the victors moved to give that collapse legal and political form. A parliament was held in London, and at its opening, 2 bishops were sent to Kenilworth to ask Edward to come and meet his people, to take part in what needed to be done for the crown and the realm. The request was framed with humility, but Edward refused entirely. He would not come among those he regarded as enemies and traitors. That refusal mattered enormously. It made it easier for his opponents to present the next steps not as an act of rebellion, but as a necessary response to a king who would no longer govern. When the bishops returned to Westminster and reported his answer, before clergy and people alike, the mood was ready for a final break. The days that followed were carefully shaped through ceremony, preaching, and public declaration. One bishop spoke on the ruin brought by a foolish king and dwelt on Edward's weakness, his childish conduct, and the disasters that had overtaken England during his reign. The people responded that they would no longer have such a man to rule over them. Another sermon described England's misery under a feeble head. Then the Archbishop of Canterbury spoke, invoking the old idea that the voice of the people was the voice of God. At last, he announced that Edward was deposed and would reign no more, and that his eldest son should succeed him. This was not treated as a private coup arranged by a few magnates. It was presented as a national act, agreed by earls, barons, bishops, clergy, and commons together. Whether that unity was complete or not, the performance of unanimity was essential. The deposition of a king required more than force. It required a story powerful enough to justify what had once seemed unthinkable. A formal delegation was then sent to Edward to renounce homage and inform him that he had been removed from royal dignity. The group was deliberately broad and symbolic, including bishops, earls, barons, abbots, priors, judges, friars, knights, citizens, and representatives of the ports. It was meant to show that the entire political community of England had turned away from him. Soon after, preparations were made for the coronation of his son. The young Edward, not yet fully grown, was to be crowned at Westminster with all the magnificence suitable to a king. The ceremony took place at the start of February 1327. It marked the beginning of a new reign, but not yet a new peace. Even on the night of the coronation, the dangers surrounding the kingdom were obvious. The Scots, already alert to events in England, attacked Norham Castle with ladders, hoping to surprise one of the key strongholds on the frontier. Some of them managed to scale the walls, but the garrison had been warned by a Scot inside the castle who turned against them, and the defenders reacted quickly. Several attackers were killed and others taken alive, though wounded. To some observers, this failed assault looked like an omen. The new king had not yet settled on his throne, and already the old enemy on the border was probing for advantage. It was a reminder that the overthrow of Edward II did not solve England's wider troubles. It only changed who would now have to face them. The Scots certainly did not hesitate. Hearing that Edward II had been deposed and his son crowned, and knowing that the old king who had once been desperate enough to offer them extraordinary concessions was now helpless in captivity, they invaded England again that summer. This time, they came in 3 divisions under experienced leaders: Thomas Randolph, James Douglas, and the Earl of Mar. Their movement carried not only military force, but political calculation. There were still those in England who might have preferred the old king restored, and some in Scotland may have hoped that confusion in England could still be used to reshape the whole balance of power. Robert Bruce himself did not lead this campaign, weakened as he now was by disease, but his lieutenants hardly needed him on the field. They knew England's weakness, they knew the land, and they knew that the kingdom across the border was changing rulers in the middle of war. What makes this moment so dramatic is the way several histories collide at once. On one level, it is the story of a queen returning from exile, gathering allies and bringing down a hated regime. On another, it is the collapse of a king whose rule had alienated nobles, clergy, cities, and commons alike. At the same time, it is the continuation of the long Anglo-Scottish struggle, now unfolding in the middle of English Revolution. Edward II fell not in a time of peace, but in a time when Scotland remained undefeated, the north remained vulnerable, and the future of the kingdom was still uncertain. Isabella and Mortimer could remove a king, destroy the Despensers, and raise a new ruler to the throne, but they inherited all the dangers that had helped bring the old regime down. When news spread that Scottish forces had crossed south again, the new young king moved quickly. He gathered an army and advanced into the north, determined to prove that this reign would not begin in weakness. The campaign brought the English into the rough country around Barnard Castle and Stanhope Park, where the Scots used the land to their advantage. They refused to stand in the open and would not offer the kind of battle the English wanted. Instead, they stayed among woods and broken ground, forcing the English to chase shadows rather than strike a clear blow. At one point, the king made an exhausting rapid march with part of his army toward Haydon Bridge, hoping to cut off the enemy's road back to Scotland. It was an energetic and ambitious move, especially for a ruler so young, and it showed real determination. Yet the Scots held their position, and the king was drawn back again toward their camp. Many later believed that if he had attacked at once, before delay and uncertainty took hold, he might well have crushed them. Instead, the opportunity slipped away. The Scots were in difficulty, and this was widely understood afterward. Their supplies were poor, they were losing men and horses, and the country around them could not sustain them for long. They had taken some plunder, but not enough to free them from growing hardship. Even so, the English command hesitated. Bad advice from senior officers led to delay after delay, while the king remained between the Scots and the road north. What might have become a decisive victory slowly turned into another missed chance. Then, in the darkness of one night, the Scots suddenly vanished. It was said that an Englishman in the king's army had secretly warned them that an assault was planned for the following morning. Whether that was true or not, the result was the same. They quietly broke camp, moved around the English position, and escaped towards Scotland. The whole episode became a bitter lesson in how hesitation can ruin a campaign that seemed almost won. During those tense days in the north, there was also one daring exploit that passed quickly into story. James Douglas, always one of the boldest commanders on the Scottish side, slipped by night deep into the English camp with a small picked force. He came so close that he nearly reached the king's own tent. Then, as he withdrew, he revealed who he was. Cut down men who had been taken by surprise, and escaped unharmed. It was exactly the kind of action that increased his fearsome reputation. More than a raid, it was a statement. Even surrounded by a royal army, the Scots could still move with confidence, strike suddenly, and disappear before the English could respond. For the English king, it was another humiliation in a campaign that had promised much more. When Edward learned that the Scots had slipped away, he is said to have wept in frustration. He had thrown his strength into the chase and had come so close to trapping them, only to see the whole effort end in failure. The army was dismissed, and the young king returned south. John of Hainault also withdrew with his men and went home. Yet the trouble did not end when the English army dispersed. Once the king had gone, the Scots gathered themselves again and laid waste to much of Northumberland, sparing only the castles. They remained there for a considerable time, raiding and destroying as before. The people of the nearby English border districts, seeing clearly that no immediate relief was coming, chose the only option left to them. They sent envoys and bought a truce with money, securing a temporary peace through payment rather than protection. That decision says everything about the condition of the frontier. Local communities no longer expected safety from military success. They expected survival, if possible, through ransom. Around the same time, another strange and dangerous current was moving through England. A Dominican friar named Thomas of Dunheved, who had earlier been involved in the failed attempt to secure a divorce between Edward II and Queen Isabella, now began travelling through the realm, trying to stir support for the deposed king. He moved both secretly and openly, encouraging people in different regions to rise and restore Edward to the throne. He promised help would come quickly, and he tried to awaken old loyalties or perhaps old resentments. But the promises came to nothing. No rescue force appeared. No movement strong enough took shape, and at last the friar himself was arrested. He was thrown into prison and died there. His failure showed that while some sympathy for the old king still survived, it was scattered, weak, and unable to reverse what had already happened. Not long after, the deposed Edward II died in captivity. Whether his death came naturally or through violence was already uncertain in the telling, and that uncertainty would follow his memory for generations. What mattered immediately was that his reign was truly over. He was buried at Gloucester among the monks rather than in London with the other kings. A powerful sign that he had not simply died as a crowned monarch, but as one who had been removed from rule. Even in death, his political fall shaped the treatment of his body and memory. The kingdom had cast him down, and burial itself became part of that judgment. While England was still absorbing the consequences of deposition and war, diplomacy again began to move between England and Scotland. Envoys were appointed to discuss whether the earlier long truce might be confirmed, whether a shorter arrangement could be made, or whether something more lasting might at last be achieved. At the same time, another major dynastic event was unfolding. Around Christmas, John of Hainaut returned to England, bringing with him Philippa, daughter of the Count. Edward III married her soon afterward at York, with all the display appropriate to a royal union. The marriage strengthened the young king's continental ties and helped confirm the alliance that had supported his mother's return to England. It also signalled that the new regime was trying to settle itself, turning from rebellion and collapse toward the more stable language of marriage, diplomacy, and rule. Yet Europe itself was shifting in ways that would draw England into even larger struggles. The King of France died without a direct heir, just as his brother had before him. Edward III, still very young, now stood in a position that could be interpreted as giving him a claim to the French throne through his mother's blood. But the French did not accept that line of succession. Instead, they raised another prince of the royal house. The issue would later become explosive, but at this moment it already created urgency. Those around the young king, especially his mother, Isabella, and Roger Mortimer, understood that England could not hope to challenge France seriously, while war with Scotland remained unresolved. It was in that political atmosphere that one of the most important settlements in medieval British history was made. Edward III was compelled to recognise Scotland as a fully independent kingdom. By public act, he renounced all claim to overlordship, all rights of superiority, all demands for homage, and all pretensions that the kings of England had advanced over Scotland in the past. The old symbols of English domination were handed back as well. The Black Rood was restored. The famous instrument of submission, known for the many seals attached to it, was returned. Only the Stone of Scone remained in English hands, because the people of London would not allow it to be taken away. This settlement was not presented merely as surrender. It was justified as the necessary price of peace. England, it was said, needed freedom from northern war if it was to deal with France and other dangers. But whatever the reasoning, the result was unmistakable. What Edward I had once tried to force by conquest was now publicly abandoned. The agreement was strengthened by marriage. Edward's younger sister Joan was given in marriage to David, the young son of Robert Bruce. The The ceremony was celebrated at Berwick with great magnificence and with large gatherings from both kingdoms. Edward himself was not present, but Queen Isabella was there, along with major bishops, nobles, and many others from England, joined by large numbers of Scots. It was a striking scene after so many years of bloodshed. For once, Berwick was not the setting for siege or slaughter, but for alliance. Even so, the peace had a practical calculation behind it. Those who arranged it believed, or at least argued, that unless England made terms with Scotland, it could never safely turn its strength elsewhere. Peace in the north was not only desirable, it had become strategically necessary. Meanwhile, the wider Christian world was again shaken by turmoil at the highest level. In Rome, under the influence of Louis of Bavaria, Pope John XXII was denounced and effectively rejected by those who accused him of grave error and even heresy. A rival pope was chosen from among the Franciscans, a friar called Peter of Corvara, who took the name Nicholas V. The Romans and the imperial side went even further, declaring that no pope should remain so far from Rome as John and his predecessor had done, and laying down conditions under which another could be elected if a pope abandoned the city for too long. These disputes belonged to the larger struggle between empire and papacy, but they also formed part of the same world in which England and Scotland were trying to end their own long war. Everywhere authority was being questioned. Kings were overthrown, popes were challenged, thrones and claims were being recast across Europe. In these years, the struggle over Scotland did not end with treaties, coronations, or the fall of great men. The conflict kept changing shape, pulling in friars, kings, nobles, and entire peoples until politics, war, religion, and personal ambition were impossible to separate. At the same time that England and Scotland were still circling each other in war, the Franciscan world was being shaken by a dramatic clash with the papacy. Friar Michael, the head of the Minorite order, had been held by Pope John at Avignon and ordered not to leave without permission. Yet he eventually escaped with the help of supporters linked to the emperor and his allies, leaving in the company of men like Bonagrazia and William of Ockham. Their flight turned into a public scandal. The Pope answered with excommunication, while Friar Michael issued a formal declaration to justify himself, and his protest was spread widely enough to be posted even in London. Beneath all of this lay a bitter struggle over poverty, authority, and doctrine. The Franciscans insisted that it was not heresy to say Christ, and the apostles had possessed no property, either privately or in common. Pope John condemned that teaching, and because Friar Michael defended it, he became a hunted man. So even far from the battlefield, Christendom itself was in turmoil, divided over who had the right to define truth. Meanwhile, in Scotland, another age was ending. Robert Bruce died, weakened by disease, after securing his place as the great architect of Scottish independence. He had prepared an impressive tomb for himself, and his death marked the passing of the generation that had fought hardest to pull Scotland out of English domination. His young son David succeeded him, still only a child, and although he had already been tied to England through marriage to Edward III's sister, that alliance did not bring peace. His accession itself carried uncertainty, because although Bruce had secured papal approval for the future anointing of Scottish kings, David was not immediately crowned and anointed. That hesitation reflected the uneasy condition of the realm. Scotland had gained survival and recognition, but it had not yet reached stability. The kingdom was still vulnerable, still divided by rival interests, and still filled with men who had not given up older claims. England, too, was far from settled. In 1330, another shock struck the ruling house. Edmund of Woodstock, Earl of Kent, uncle to the young king and son of Edward I, was arrested at Winchester and accused of treason. His downfall came out of one of the strangest and darkest episodes of the age. He confessed that he had been drawn into a plot to free the deposed Edward II and restore him, believing the former king was still alive. He claimed that this had been encouraged by churchmen, powerful nobles, and especially by the influence of Thomas of Dunheved and other friars, one of whom supposedly claimed to have raised the devil and learned from him that the old king still lived. It was a story born out of fear, desperation, rumour, and manipulation, and it ended in blood. Kent was condemned and beheaded with brutal speed. Many believed the real force behind his destruction was Roger Mortimer, who at that moment stood above almost everyone else in England, ruling alongside Queen Isabella and exercising power that seemed greater than the king's own. In such a world, even a royal prince could be swept away. Mortimer's dominance was becoming unbearable to many. Some English nobles, alarmed by his cruelty and by the way he and Isabella controlled the kingdom, withdrew to France to wait for better days. Then, in the autumn of 1330, the turning point came. At Nottingham, during a parliament, Roger Mortimer was secretly arrested by order of Edward III himself. The young king, who had so long been overshadowed by his mother and her ally, finally struck. Mortimer was taken to London, condemned, and hanged before the end of November. The charges against him were wide-ranging and devastating. He was accused of aspiring to the throne itself, of involvement in the death of Edward II, of causing the execution of the Earl of Kent, of helping surrender English claims over Scotland, and of maintaining an illicit relationship with the Queen Mother. Whether every charge was true mattered less than the political fact that Mortimer had become intolerable. His fall marked the moment when Edward III began to take his kingdom into his own hands. Isabella, seeing how the tide had turned, withdrew from power and was stripped of much of her authority and wealth, though she was still maintained in honourable comfort befitting the king's mother. Exiles returned. Lands were restored. The atmosphere of fear began to shift. The same year brought other signs of change. The rival pope, supported by imperial forces, submitted to the older pope and was received back under restriction, ending one phase of the great conflict over papal authority. A son was born to Edward III, named Edward, promising continuity for the English royal house. And in Scotland, David Bruce was finally crowned at Scone near the feast of St. Andrew. But even this ceremony carried tension. It was publicly declared that David's right was not simply hereditary, but rested, like his father's, on conquest. That was a remarkable claim, because it tied the legitimacy of the Bruce line not only to blood, but to victory. It reminded everyone that the Scottish throne still stood in the shadow of war. Around the same time, Thomas Randolph, Earl of Moray, who had served as Guardian of Scotland during David's minority, died. His death removed one of the strongest and most experienced defenders of the Bruce settlement. Donald, Earl of Mar, became Guardian, though his position was uncertain and his loyalties had already been suspect. With Bruce dead and Randolph gone, Scotland entered a dangerous and fragile moment. It was then that Edward Balliol made his move. He was the son of John Balliol, the earlier King of Scotland, and for men who had lost lands and fortunes under the Bruce regime, he represented both revenge and restoration. Balliol did not come alone. He had with him the so-called disinherited, men who'd been stripped of estates in Scotland, along with English supporters, foreign allies, and a small mercenary force. Their numbers were astonishingly small for the scale of what they intended. Some said they were no more than 1,500. Others put them only a little above 2,000. Yet they crossed the sea and landed in Fife, at a place where, it was said, no hostile force had ever been known to land before. That alone gave the venture an air of audacity. Soon after landing, they were attacked by the Earl of Fife with a much larger force, but Balliol's men beat them back. The following day they moved on to Dunfermline, and then toward the River Erne, where a far greater Scottish army gathered against them. What followed was one of the most astonishing reversals of the age. On one side stood the Scots, vastly superior in numbers and confident in their strength. On the other stood Baliol's small army, hardened, desperate, and trapped unless it could break through. The two sides faced each other across the river. Neither moved at first, but during the night Baliol's men crossed and struck the Scottish infantry with speed and violence. By morning they found themselves facing the main Scottish host on the open ground near Duplin Moor. The Scottish army was divided into two large formations and displayed all the confidence of overwhelming superiority. Yet confidence was not enough. The English archers played a decisive role, as they would so often in later wars. Their arrows tore into the faces of the leading Scottish ranks, blinding and disordering them, breaking their cohesion before they could properly support each other. In the brutal press of close combat, the Scots at first drove the English back. But discipline, archery, and stubborn resistance turned the fight. Once their first line buckled, the rest of the Scottish army collapsed into slaughter. The battle became famous not only for its scale, but for the horror described afterward. Thousands of Scots were killed or captured. Earls, knights, and leading men of the realm fell in astonishing numbers. Reports claimed that the dead lay so thick that the heap of bodies rose as high as a spear's length. Whether exaggerated or not, the image captures the scale of the disaster. Baliol's cause, which had landed on Scottish soil as a desperate gamble, was suddenly transformed by victory into a serious bid for kingship. The chroniclers, especially those hostile to Bruce's line, interpreted the defeat as divine vengeance for Scotland's defiance of the Church and for the sins of earlier years. Baliol, for his part, buried the slain at his own expense, an act that added a certain grim dignity to the aftermath. Then he entered Perth and rested his men, now no longer merely invaders, but contenders who had shattered the military prestige of the Bruce regime in a single astonishing blow. A few weeks later, Edward Baliol was crowned at Scone according to the custom of the kingdom. The ceremony was celebrated with great solemnity and rejoicing, and stories were told of miraculous abundance during the feast, as if heaven itself had favoured the event. Baliol also received the submission of important churchmen and nobles. The Bishop of Dunkeld promised support, several abbots came to terms, and the Earl of Fife, along with a number of knights, made peace with him. For a moment it seemed that the whole kingdom might turn. Yet Scotland was not conquered so easily. Many leading men still remained outside Baliol's camp, and though they had been defeated, they had not been broken. Seeing Baliol resting in unwalled Perth with only a small force, they gathered again and moved to surround him. Baliol's rescue came not from stable control, but from the intervention of Galloway, where his lordship gave him powerful support. Men from there invaded the lands of his enemies and forced them to abandon the siege. So once again, Scotland became a patchwork of local loyalties, divided authority, and rapid reversals. The fighting spread wider. Supporters of David Bruce answered by ravaging Galloway, while Baliol fortified Perth and tried to consolidate his gains. Yet his position remained precarious. The Earl of Fife, whom he trusted to hold Perth, was later captured through Scottish deception, and the town itself was burned. Baliol then moved south toward Roxburgh and eventually sought greater quiet at Kelso Abbey, with only a small household. That decision nearly ruined him. Andrew Murray, one of the most capable men on the Scottish side, shadowed Baliol constantly and struck when he seemed most vulnerable. By night, the bridge linking Baliol to his army was broken in hopes that he might be trapped or killed in the abbey. But Baliol's men moved quickly, repaired the crossing, and some swam the river in full armour to pursue the attackers. In the fighting that followed, Murray himself was captured, along with the feared mariner and engineer John Crabbe, who had long troubled the English by land and sea. It was a striking counterstroke. Balliol had nearly been caught, yet his enemies suffered the greater loss. Still, no victory in this period remained secure for long. Balliol sent representatives south to York to negotiate with Edward III, hoping to strengthen his position and turn military success into lasting alliance. Yet even while these talks continued, another disaster struck him. Near Christmas, Scottish leaders loyal to David Bruce launched a surprise attack on Annan, where Balliol was staying with a relatively small force. They found his men in bed, unarmed and overconfident, and burst upon them with ferocity. Around 100 of Balliol's people were killed, including men of rank, and Balliol himself escaped only narrowly, fleeing half-clothed and with little more than his life. The attack at Annan was a humiliation as dramatic as his earlier triumph. The king, who had seemed to conquer Scotland by a miracle of courage and archery, was suddenly driven out again, forced to seek refuge in England. Carlisle received him warmly, and many in the north still admired him because of the blows he had dealt the Scots. Yet, admiration could not hide the truth that his hold on the kingdom had again been broken. Even after such reverses, Balliol did not abandon his cause. In the spring he re-entered Scotland, this time with stronger English support, and laid siege to Berwick. Supplies came by sea. Cattle were driven in from the countryside, and the operation became a major joint effort. The Scots, unwilling to face him directly at first, answered by raiding English lands. They burned, killed, and carried off plunder in Northumberland and Gillisland, hoping to weaken pressure on Berwick by forcing England to defend its own frontier. English marcher lords replied with raids of their own into southern Scotland, and sharp fighting broke out around border villages and river crossings. The whole frontier became a zone of retaliation, where every movement on one side was answered by another on the other. Yet the centre of gravity remained Berwick, because whoever held that city controlled one of the greatest gates between the two kingdoms. By the summer of 1333, the crisis was reaching its peak. Edward III himself came north with a great army to aid Balliol, bringing with him his brother John of Eltham and a powerful host of nobles, knights, and chosen fighting men. Balliol was still engaged in the siege, and together the two kings pressed the city hard. Their assaults were fierce, but Berwick's walls were strong, and the defenders resisted with determination. The town had been fortified by earlier English efforts, and those same defences now served against English attack. Yet the siege did not loosen. The Scots could not simply let Berwick fall. To save it, they marched in great strength toward the town, advancing in 3 divisions. It was a bold move, but also a fatal one. The English and Balliol's forces had been warned and prepared their ground. What followed became one of the most crushing defeats in Scottish history. As at Duplin Moor, English archery proved devastating. The leading Scottish division was shredded by arrows, especially in the face and upper body, before it could properly close. Confusion spread quickly. Balliol's division, facing the first wave, broke it before the other Scottish formations could fully engage. The remaining divisions were then struck by the English in turn. Once the momentum of attack failed, the Scottish line dissolved. Men in the rear tried to flee, but mounted pursuers cut them down mercilessly. The slaughter was enormous. Earls fell, great lords fell, and thousands of ordinary fighting men died beside them. Archibald Douglas, one of the principal leaders of the resistance, was among the dead. Had darkness not fallen, still more might have been killed. Chroniclers described it as another judgment on Scotland, another punishment for pride and obstinacy. But even stripped of that religious language, the military truth remains. It was a catastrophe that broke the Scottish field army and opened the way for Berwick's loss. Stories gathered around the battle almost immediately. One tale claimed that before the fight, a monk in the Scottish camp cried out that he saw Christ himself coming from Berwick against them, brandishing a spear and warning them to turn back. But the Scots, trusting in numbers, marched on and met destruction. Another report told of newly made knights, almost all of whom perished in the battle, with only a handful escaping. Whether all such stories were literally true mattered less than what they expressed. To contemporaries, this was not just a defeat. It was a moment so terrible that it demanded signs, omens, and explanations. The dead lay across the field in such numbers that memory could not hold them without turning to symbol and prophecy. The morning after the devastating battle outside Berwick, the fate of the town was sealed. Its leaders knew there was no hope left. The defenders had seen their army shattered, their nobles slain, and their strength broken in a single day. So they chose survival over destruction. The gates were opened and Berwick was surrendered to the King of England. The terms were clear: the people would be spared, their lives would be protected, their bodies unharmed, and their property, both land and goods, would remain theirs, except in cases where legal claims could be proven against them. It was not mercy born of kindness, but the practical end of resistance. The castle followed soon after. Earl Patrick, who held it, gave it up under one condition: that he would retain his title and lands, and that he would remain loyal from that moment forward. With that, the King of England entered Berwick in triumph. He took not only the town and its stronghold, but also control of the surrounding region, securing a chain of territories along the border. This was not simply a military victory. It was a political statement. Edward Balliol, now claiming the Scottish throne, confirmed that he would hold Scotland as a vassal under the English king, just as his father had once done. In that moment, the long struggle between independence and overlordship tilted sharply back toward England. The English king wasted no time reorganising the town. New officials were appointed, loyal men placed in charge, and investigations began to restore lands to English families who had lost them during earlier wars. But the changes went deeper than administration. The clergy of Scottish origin, who had angered the king during the siege, were expelled and replaced with English priests. Even the religious houses were not spared from this transformation. The shift in control was total: political, social, and spiritual. Meanwhile, far from Berwick's walls, the young David Bruce was forced into flight. Still only a child, he could not face the new reality unfolding around him. He withdrew to the safety of Dumbarton Castle, a remote and secure refuge. Before the battle, he had been offered a compromise. He could have given up his claim and received lands in return. But guided by his advisors, he had refused. Now, after defeat, that decision carried its full weight. At the same time, Edward Balliol moved to secure his authority within Scotland itself. In a gathering held at Perth, he took a dramatic step. He declared that all grants made by Robert Bruce were invalid. Lands that had been redistributed during Bruce's reign were to be returned to their previous owners, as long as those owners had not fought against him. It was a sweeping reversal of the political order Bruce had built. Yet even in this, Balliol showed calculation. Widows of fallen opponents were not entirely stripped of support, but they were given only a fraction of what they might have claimed, and even that came with conditions. Power was being reshaped carefully but firmly. Elsewhere, the kingdom was shifting in quieter ways. Important church leaders died, and their positions became contested. In Durham, 2 different men were appointed as bishop, one chosen locally, the other backed by royal and papal authority. For a time, both claimed the same office. Only death resolved the dispute, leaving the king's candidate in place. It was another reminder that even religious authority was entangled in the struggles of kings and politics. As months passed, Edward Balliol appeared to reach the height of his power. At Newcastle, in a grand public ceremony, he formally performed homage to Edward III. In front of nobles, clergy, and crowds, he acknowledged the English king as his superior and confirmed that he held Scotland under him. In return, he ceded large parts of southern Scotland, key counties and towns, permanently to England. It was a staggering concession. For a moment, it seemed as if Scotland itself might be reduced to a dependent realm. But this moment of dominance did not last. Resistance rose quickly. Many Scottish nobles rejected Balliol's authority, refusing to accept his submission to England or his reversal of Bruce's policies. They gathered forces, attacked his supporters, and reignited the war across the land. Even some who had once supported him began to turn away. The country fractured again into competing factions, each fighting for its own survival and vision of the future. David Bruce, meanwhile, sought support abroad. He travelled to France and placed himself under the protection of the French king, offering homage in return for aid. This move changed the wider balance of power. Now, the conflict was no longer only between England and Scotland. It became part of a larger struggle involving France as well. War in the north began to echo across the seas. Edward III responded with force. He gathered armies, marched north, and pushed deep into Scotland. Towns were burned, lands devastated, and resistance scattered. In some places there was no one left to fight, only empty villages and abandoned fields. Yet despite this overwhelming show of strength, the Scots refused to submit completely. They avoided open battle, retreated into difficult terrain, and struck where they could. It was a war of endurance as much as strength. At sea, the conflict spread further. French-backed fleets appeared along the southern coast of England, attempting to draw Edward's attention away from Scotland. Raids were launched, villages burned, and harbours threatened. But these attacks failed to gain lasting success. English forces responded quickly, capturing or driving off the invaders. The danger passed, but the message was clear. The war was widening. Back in Scotland, the struggle grew more chaotic. Some nobles accepted temporary peace, others rejected it entirely. Alliances shifted rapidly, betrayals, private feuds, and sudden attacks became common. One moment, a region might submit. The next, it would rise in rebellion again. Even within Balliol's own supporters, loyalty could not be taken for granted. A truce was eventually arranged, not because either side had achieved total victory, but because both were exhausted. Envoys from the Pope and the French king attempted to mediate, and a temporary halt in fighting was agreed. But beneath this fragile peace, nothing had truly been resolved. The core question remained unanswered. Who had the rightful claim to Scotland? Balliol or David Bruce? That question would continue to shape everything that followed. At the end of that same year, far from the battlefields of Britain, another striking event took place in the wider Christian world. Philip, heir to the King of Aragon and brother to the Queen of Sicily, entered the Franciscan order at Naples. With great ceremony, kings, queens, and nobles gathered around what was meant to be a public act of humility. A prince laying aside earthly grandeur for the robe of a friar. The King of Sicily himself took part in the solemn occasion, and the Queen served at table. It was the kind of moment medieval chroniclers loved to record, because it showed that even among the highest born, the spiritual ideal of renunciation still held enormous power. Yet while courts in the south celebrated a prince becoming a friar, the north of Britain remained trapped in war, and the struggle for Scotland was moving into another violent phase. Before Ascension, Edward Balliol was sent back into Scotland with a fresh English-backed force. Important earls rode with him, and the intention was clear: to keep his claim alive and to restore his authority where it had begun to fail. Around the same time, an energetic stroke was launched from Edinburgh. John Stirling, who commanded the castle there for the English side, heard that Scottish forces under major nobles were besieging Cupar Castle in Fife. With only a small but determined body of mounted men, archers, and others from his garrison, he crossed the water in secret and struck with perfect timing. 2 nearby villages were set on fire, panic spread, and the besiegers suddenly found themselves attacked from more than one direction, with the men inside the castle also rushing out. Believing a much larger English army had arrived, they broke at once. They abandoned engines, weapons, stores, and baggage, and fled. Stirling pursued them hard, cut down those he could catch, destroyed the siege works, and returned to Edinburgh in triumph. It was one of those sharp, sudden reversals that defined this whole period, where one well-timed strike could undo weeks of labour and completely change the mood of a campaign. At the same time, the conflict around Scotland was expanding into something much larger. The King of France was preparing fleets, troops, and supplies in support of the Bruce cause, because David Bruce had offered homage to him and accepted him as a superior lord if he could recover his kingdom. Edward III knew all of this. Young though he still was, he answered with extraordinary boldness. He sent word that if the French wished to come, they should land openly and fight. He even declared that they would be given room to come ashore and draw up before battle was joined. It was a challenge meant as much for reputation as for war. England's sailors were equally confident. They believed that if any foreign army did succeed in landing, those ships would never carry them home again. So while the sea routes were watched closely, Edward Balliol pushed deeper into Scotland and reached Perth. The town had been burned by the Scots rather than defended, but he repaired it and enclosed it with earthworks and a ditch, turning it into an English base in the heart of the kingdom. Not long after, Edward III himself came north from the south, where he had been waiting to see whether a French landing would actually happen. With only a small following, he entered Scotland and reached Perth, then moved even farther, driving beyond the mountains. Aberdeen and other towns were burned, crops nearly ready for harvest were destroyed under horse and foot, and the campaign spread devastation without meeting serious resistance. Soon after, his brother John of Eltham came north with more troops, joined by northern levies and marcher forces, and they swept through Carrick and the western districts that still resisted. They carried off rich plunder and burned widely, while William Douglas stalked the edges of the army, trying to wound and harass it wherever possible. Still, the English columns returned heavily laden, and for a moment the campaign looked like a demonstration that Scotland could be crossed and punished at will. But even at the height of this advance, the English position remained fragile. Edward III did not linger long at Perth. He went west towards Stirling and built a fortified post there, trying to turn movement into occupation. Yet this kind of war was ruinously expensive. He was paying not only for his own army, but also for the maintenance of Balliol and Balliol's supporters. So he summoned an assembly to secure taxes and aid from his kingdom, drawing money from towns, countryside, and clergy alike. The burden of the Scottish war was now being felt far beyond the border. Then came another blow. John of Eltham, the king's brother, died at Perth in September and was carried back to England for burial. It was a personal loss as well as a political one, striking the royal house in the middle of a hard and costly northern campaign. Edward III kept pressing. Experienced men believed that Scotland could only truly be subdued by winter campaigning. When crops were gone, movement was harder, and the land offered less shelter. So in autumn he pushed again into the west, around Bothwell. The local population, unable to resist, came into his peace more from fear than loyalty. Bothwell Castle was repaired and garrisoned. Elsewhere, English lords passed through Douglasdale and other difficult country, carrying off spoil. William Douglas continued to haunt the fringes of the army, killing stragglers and making every march dangerous. Yet Edward eventually returned to England, while Balliol was left behind at Perth with only a modest following. That fact alone reveals the limits of Balliol's power. Even as a crowned claimant, he still could not securely possess the kingdom without English force around him. When Parliament met the next spring, Edward III reshaped the English nobility on a grand scale, raising several men to earldoms and also creating his young son Edward as Duke of Cornwall. These honours signalled a monarchy growing stronger and more self-confident. But in Scotland, the news was less favourable. The Scots quickly recovered ground. Bothwell, which had only recently been repaired and garrisoned, surrendered. Other positions in Fife also slipped away. Galloway, where Balliol still had deep support, suffered badly as Scottish enemies struck again and again at those who held to his cause. So while England was awarding titles and planning new campaigns, the reality on the ground in Scotland remained unstable and often hostile. At the same time, Edward III's attention was being pulled in another direction. France had seized parts of his lands overseas, especially in the Duchy of Aquitaine, and the English government now decided that one force must eventually go to Gascony, while another continued the war in Scotland. This was the beginning of a much larger struggle. Balliol was called into England, and the direction of affairs suggests that Scotland was no longer the only or even the greatest problem before the English crown. Yet events elsewhere in Christendom still intruded into the chronicler's vision. News arrived from the east that the ruler of the Holy Land was willing to return sacred sites and wide religious rights to Christians, though never the temporal sovereignty of Jerusalem itself. It was a fascinating contrast. While Europe fought itself over kingdoms and inheritance, there were still dreams, however limited, of recovering the holy places through negotiation, rather than crusade. Back in Britain, the war did not pause. The Scots besieged Stirling, and Edward III rushed north by forced movement, hoping at last for battle. Once again the Scots refused. They raised the siege and melted away before him. At the same time, shifting loyalties continued to poison the border. Eustace Maxwell, who had recently been supplied and supported by the English king, went over to the Scottish side and stirred Galloway against Balliol and England. Dunbar Castle still remained untaken and continued to exert pressure on the surrounding district. Other strongholds, too, remained outside English control. This was the real problem with every English advance. They could burn, march, and terrify, but they could not easily make the whole country obedient. Suspicion and mistrust deepened even within Balliol's own circle. 3 Scottish knights who had once been with him were arrested in England after Balliol accused them of trying to persuade him to abandon his English allegiance and trust the Scots instead. Whether he feared betrayal or simply wished to prove his loyalty to Edward III, the result was the same. His regime looked increasingly dependent, uncertain, and divided. Soon after, the border flared again. Raids struck into England through Carlisle and neighbouring districts. Villages were burned, captives and cattle carried away, and only late arriving relief forces prevented worse destruction. There were even rumours that a noble in northern England had been secretly advising the Scots, telling them when it was safe to invade and when it was time to withdraw. Whether true or not, such rumours show how deeply trust had broken down. In a frontier war of this kind, information could be as deadly as a lance. The siege and relief of Edinburgh added yet another twist. Scottish forces surrounded the castle while its warden was absent. English and Balliol supporters from several regions moved together and managed to break the siege, restoring the position. but shortly afterward the same warden was captured during a plundering sortie and taken away. This was the pattern everywhere. No gain lasted long, no stronghold could feel entirely secure, and every success was threatened by a sudden reverse. Meanwhile, Edward III opened negotiations with France, offering major concessions in return for peace, including marriage ties, temporary surrender of revenues, and even armed support for a crusade. The French king rejected these terms, and Edward answered by building a great continental alliance. He secured the support of the emperor, of powerful princes in the Low Countries and beyond, and of many others hostile to France. The war with Scotland was now becoming part of a far larger European confrontation. That widening conflict soon showed itself at sea. French-backed fleets moved against the southern coast of England in the hope that pressure there would force Edward to loosen his grip on Scotland. Yet the raids accomplished little. English coastal communities reacted quickly. Some attackers were trapped and destroyed, and not one of those who landed returned home. In the north, meanwhile, the Scots felt themselves too weakened for direct resistance, and many came into peace around August. Yet not all accepted it. Some of the most determined nobles remained out, continued raiding, and punished those who had submitted. The war was dividing Scotland internally, just as much as English intervention was ravaging it from outside. One of the most dramatic episodes came with the death of the Earl of Athol, who had become one of Balliol's key supporters. While he was engaged in siege operations, hostile Scottish forces came against him. Whether because of panic, betrayal, or poor fortune, many of his men fled, and he was killed with only a few remaining beside him. His fall was a major loss for Balliol's cause, and it again exposed how unstable that cause really was. Balliol himself spent the winter not in some great royal centre of Scotland, but at Eland in England, because he had no secure town or castle in Scotland where he could safely reside. That image says almost everything. He had been crowned king, recognised by England and supported by repeated invasions. Yet he still had to winter south of the border because his own kingdom could not protect him. Edward III, angered by Athol's death, prepared yet another campaign. Yet before it could unfold fully, envoys from the Pope and the King of France arrived to try for peace, or at least a truce. A temporary pause was agreed, lasting until mid-Lent, while further discussion took place. The central question the Scots raised was the same one that haunted the whole conflict. Who, truly, had the better right to the Scottish throne, Balliol or David Bruce? Even after all the bloodshed, all the ceremonies, all the submissions and reversals, the war had not resolved legitimacy. It had only thrown rival claims into harsher relief. At the same time, another Franciscan controversy flared after the death of Pope John. Appeals and declarations were publicly posted against the Pope's chosen head of the order, showing that ecclesiastical struggles remained every bit as bitter as political ones. Then Edward III held another assembly and planned a new invasion. In the summer of 1335, the English and Balliol forces entered Scotland by different routes, with large armies and continental allies. They found little direct resistance and marched across the land burning, wasting, and carrying off spoil. Some of the worst destruction fell not just on lay people, but on monasteries and churches. Even Dundee was attacked from the sea, and its Franciscan house suffered badly. This was no clean war of nobles alone. It consumed clergy, villagers, crops, schools, and whole local communities. There were also smaller but revealing episodes within the larger campaign. A continental ally travelling through Scotland with only a thin escort was ambushed repeatedly and eventually forced to surrender through lack of provisions. English raiders from Roxburgh, on the other hand, managed to capture the Earl of Moray, one of the leading Scottish figures. In the south, France and Bohemia prepared a much larger naval effort to distract England, though again it achieved almost nothing lasting. By August, many Scots, battered and unable to resist effectively, came into peace, but others still refused. They continued the struggle, attacked those who had submitted, and kept the country unstable. At the same time that Edward III was widening his struggle against France, the cost of war was becoming enormous. To keep his armies in the field and his alliances alive across the Channel, he poured out money on a scale that stunned contemporaries. Great nobles were sent overseas with large forces of men-at-arms, archers, and spearmen, while vast shipments of English wool were used to pay wages and maintain the campaign. Parliament and merchants alike were drawn into the effort. Wool, the lifeblood of England's economy, became the fuel of war. So much was being spent that people said the king was pouring out 1,000 marks a day, and some claimed even more. Whether the exact sum was true or not, the meaning was clear. Edward was gambling the wealth of his kingdom on a continental war and on the hope of breaking France by force. The expedition itself began with early success. English commanders sailing overseas encountered a large French fleet and captured many of its ships. Among the prisoners was the brother of the Count of Flanders, and Edward treated him with such honour that peace was restored between England and Flanders. That was a political gain as important as any battlefield success. But war was never tidy. Once the English landed in Flanders, they met armed resistance, drove it off with the power of their archers, and then saw some of their enemies take refuge in a church. When surrender was refused, the church was set on fire, and the men inside were burned alive. It is one of those episodes that strips away all romantic language and reminds us what medieval war often meant in practice. Terror, fire, and death even in places meant to be holy. Not long after, papal envoys arrived in England in an effort to stop the growing conflict between Edward and the King of France. The Pope hoped to impose peace before Europe was dragged deeper into war. Edward called together a parliament in London to hear the matter, but at the same time he was still thinking like a commander, not a peacemaker. Even while the talks continued, he sent powerful earls and barons north to support Edward Balliol in Scotland and to press hard against strongholds that still resisted. One of the main targets was Dunbar Castle, one of the most troublesome fortresses in the region, a place that held out stubbornly and threatened the surrounding countryside. The siege was organised with care. Trenches were dug, buildings raised, tents spread across the ground, and the castle was hemmed in as tightly as the besiegers could manage. It looked like the sort of operation that might finally bring one of the great northern strongholds to heel. Yet events elsewhere in Scotland quickly showed how unstable everything remained. John Stirling, the English-aligned commander of Edinburgh Castle, rode out in search of plunder and was captured by William Douglas through a sudden and clever attack. Douglas then brought his prisoners back before the walls of Edinburgh and tried to force the garrison to surrender. He promised life, safety and freedom if they yielded, and threatened brutal execution for Stirling and the others if they refused. But the men inside the castle held firm. They replied that the fortress belonged to the King of England and could not be given up without royal command, whatever happened to those outside. Douglas, for all his reputation, did not carry out the full cruelty he had threatened. Instead, he sent the prisoners away to secure castles still held by the Scots. The siege of Dunbar went on, and the English reorganised Edinburgh under new command. But the episode showed again that no fortress, no commander, and no line of control was safe for long. During the next Lent, another major Scottish figure passed from the scene. Andrew Murray, one of the most capable leaders of the resistance, died, though stories differed over how it happened. Some said sickness took him. Others claimed he was dragged to death after being thrown by a horse. However he died, his loss mattered greatly. He had been one of the few men able to keep the Scottish cause coherent during years of invasion, counterattack, and internal fracture. The Steward of Scotland took his place, but leadership in such times was never simple. Even as one guardian died, and another rose, Dunbar still held out. The Countess inside the castle proved herself every bit as determined as any soldier. When the English tried to use her captive brother, the Earl of Moray, to force a surrender, she answered with cold refusal. The castle, she said, had been entrusted to her lord, and she would not yield it. When the besiegers threatened to kill her brother, she is said to have answered that if they did so, she would simply become heir to the earldom herself. Whether sharpened by chroniclers or exactly spoken, the line captures the spirit of the defence perfectly. Dunbar was not going to fall through fear. Meanwhile, the wider war was drawing Edward III farther and farther toward France. Since peace could not be reached on terms he found acceptable, he prepared to cross the sea in person. He gathered a huge force of English troops in addition to those already abroad. Seeing the king's determination, the Scots asked for a truce, and one was granted for a year, though Edward reserved the right to break it if he chose. The earls besieging Dunbar, anxious not to be left behind while the king sought glory overseas, agreed to a truce there as well, and withdrew to rejoin him. That pause in the north reveals something important. Scotland, though still dangerous, was no longer the centre of Edward's ambitions. France was becoming the main theatre, and the war for the French crown was beginning to overshadow everything else. Edward sailed in the summer with a great army, taking Queen Philippa with him. After his crossing, the Flemings moved decisively to his side, and he landed at Antwerp. Yet the campaign did not begin as the English had hoped. Promises made by German allies proved less solid when tested in reality. Edward remained abroad for a long time, paying enormous sums, exposed to danger, and achieving little of immediate value beyond political negotiations, and the honour of being named imperial vicar by the emperor. The Pope rebuked him for allying with a ruler under excommunication and for other actions that seemed to challenge the order of Christendom. Edward defended himself through ambassadors, arguing the justice of his cause and the necessity of his alliances. These years were not just about armies moving on maps. They were about titles, legitimacy, theology, diplomacy, and the struggle to convince Europe that one's war was lawful. Even while Edward remained abroad, Scotland did not stay quiet. The truce was broken, and the Scottish leaders once again struck by land and sea against English positions and their allies. Cupar Castle and the county of Fife were lost, and William Douglas returned from France with fresh support to help retake ground. Perth was besieged and surrendered after only weeks, and then those leaving with the spoils were caught in a sudden storm at sea and drowned. It is one of those dark turns of fortune that fills medieval history. Victory followed almost immediately by disaster, as if the sea itself refused to let men enjoy what they had just won. Around the same time, Newcastle suffered a terrible flood that broke walls and drowned many inhabitants. Another reminder that the 14th century was an age in which war and natural catastrophe seemed to come together without mercy. On the continent, Edward at last advanced into France. He marched through enemy territory with a large army, burning and laying waste across a broad swath of land. Whole districts were ravaged in an effort to force the French king into battle. The challenge was accepted in words, but when the appointed day came, the French did not attack. Edward waited in position, ready to fight, but his opponent would not come on. So he withdrew into Brabant after devastating the countryside over a huge area. Once again he had shown energy and boldness, but not secured the decisive battle he wanted. Even so, one major political gain followed. In Ghent, the Flemings recognised him as the rightful heir to France and swore fealty to him. From this point, Edward did something momentous. He adopted not only the claim, but the title and arms of France. He began openly styling himself King of France as well as England. The war had crossed a line. It was no longer merely a quarrel over lands in Gascony or influence abroad. It had become a dynastic struggle for the crown itself. Back in England, the burden of that claim was immense. Edward returned, demanded large subsidies, and obtained them. New charters were issued, liberties confirmed, and extraordinary taxation imposed in support of the war against both France and Scotland. The realm was being mobilised at every level. Soon after, he sailed again and won one of the greatest naval victories of the age off the coast near Sluys. Though outnumbered in ships, he crushed the French fleet so completely that thousands of enemy sailors and soldiers were killed, drowned, or captured, while English losses were comparatively light. It was a turning point at sea. When Edward landed afterward in Flanders, he was greeted with cries hailing him as King of England and France, and chroniclers even reported healing miracles associated with his royal touch. His reputation was reaching almost legendary height. From there, Edward moved on to Tournai, seeking another great triumph. He even challenged Philip of Valois in dramatic terms, offering single combat, a chosen battle between picked knights, or a full engagement between the armies. Philip rejected the challenge. In the end, despite all Edward's energy, a truce was arranged through papal mediation, because money was running short and the campaign could not be sustained indefinitely. Edward returned to England in anger and turned against officials and churchmen he believed had failed to support him properly. Tensions rose sharply, especially with Archbishop Stratford, showing that war abroad could quickly become political conflict at home. While these struggles unfolded, David Bruce returned from France and once again led Scottish forces into England. Northumberland was ravaged as far as the Tyne. Edward Balliol tried to answer, but accomplished little of note. Then Edward III himself invaded Brittany, took castles, besieged towns, and seemed ready for more, only for another truce to intervene. Returning from Brittany, he faced storms so violent that many ships were scattered or sunk, yet he himself remained calm throughout, earning admiration for his courage under danger. The image is vivid. A king at war with France, challenged by Scotland, quarrelling with churchmen, yet standing unshaken even while lightning and sea threatened to drag him down. In the years that followed, the rhythm of war continued. There were raids and counter-raids across the western marches, invasions into Cumberland, retaliatory burnings in Dumfries, and the constant cycle of cattle lifting, village burning, and brief incursions that defined the border conflict. Then, in 1346, Edward launched one of his greatest expeditions to France. He sailed with a vast fleet and landed in Normandy, where town after town was seized or sacked. Caen fell with terrible slaughter and rich prisoners. The French king, despite superior numbers, kept retreating and destroying bridges rather than risk direct battle. Edward pressed on, crossing rivers, burning the countryside and drawing his enemy northward until at last the two armies met near Crécy. Crécy became one of the defining victories of Edward's reign. The battle lasted through violence, confusion, and exhaustion until the French were utterly shattered. Great nobles fell, among them the King of Bohemia and many leading lords. Thousands died. The French king survived only by flight. For Edward, it was proof that his cause in France could be advanced by force, and afterward he moved on to begin the siege of Calais, the great prize he hoped to seize. It was one of the brightest moments in his military career. And yet, even while Edward triumphed in France, Scotland struck once more. In the autumn of 1346, David Bruce led a large army into England. The chronicler describes the invasion in dark, furious language, treating it almost as a visitation of evil. The Scots moved against Liddell's strength in force, surrounding it and preparing assault. For days they encircled the place, and then, at last, attacked from every side with beams, stones, clubs, and iron tools. They filled the ditches, broke the lower walls, and forced their way inside. The defenders fought hard, but the fortress was lost. Its governor, Walter Selby, asked only to die in a knightly way, if die he must. He begged that he might at least face one of his enemies in open combat. But his plea was refused, and he was beheaded instead. The chronicler lingers on the scene with horror, presenting it as an act of savage cruelty that cried out for vengeance.